Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, August the 8th, 2023. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. Today we are very pleased and honored to have with us Deacon Craig McAllister of St. Francis Cabrina to give us the invocation. Deacon.
In my tradition, we start everything with, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear wise and loving Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all of those who are gathered here today. Thank you for the many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendships. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us even so, for our boundless and gracious nature. In the Scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our commissioners, for the various levels of county officials, and in particular for those assembled commissioners' court. I am asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare and true needs for our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved Hood County. It is in your most blessed name I pray. Amen. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you please join me in the pledge to the United States? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now pledge to the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Today, we have a very special program here, and I'm very happy to announce that we have Ed Shipman's grandson with us today to have a proclamation read where it is Ed Shipman's Day on September the 1st of 2023 in recognition of renaming a portion of State Highway 144 the Ed Shipman Memorial Highway. I was just telling Lewis that of all the people I've ever known in my life, there's usually somebody that has something negative to say about you. There's something bad about you, but at least something negative, but not with Ed Shipman. He was a great man and did a lot of things for a lot of people, and especially for children. And I heard that nobody would turn Ed Shipman down, and he could get an appointment to see anybody at any time. He just picked up the phone, made a call, and said, "This is Ed Shipman," and he was escorted right in. He didn't even have to have an appointment. So I would like for the Commissioner's Court to go down there, and I'm going to have Ed Shipman and this lady right here has worked tirelessly.
Eva Royer.
Yeah. Eva has worked tirelessly in getting this done, and so she's going to be up there with us, and we have a photographer You're from Time Magazine, aren't you? Something like that. You've got a bunch of Pulitzers, don't you? But anyway, we're going to do this, okay? Okay, let's see. But come on. Let's get this out.
Okay.
Just slide them. I think you're going to be able to speak in a loud voice. I want you to read this because this is, usually I read it, but you can read it, okay? But speak up, though.
Sure
And
will.
Let's,
Where do you want it?
yeah, we can, why don't you sit right next
Okay.
to Lewis here? And, okay, how about this, okay?
This is the proclamation to designate September the 1st, 2023 as Ed Shipman Tribute Day in recognition of House Bill 2835 becoming law on this day, which renames the 6-mile stretch in front of 144 in front of Happy Hill Farm as the Ed Shipman Memorial Highway. Whereas Mr. Ed Shipman and his wife Gloria opened the Children's Home and Academy in 1975 at Happy Hill Farm, located at 3846 North Highway 144, and whereas Mr. Shipman's goal was to help bolster Happy Hill Farm's future ability to provide children with a college preparatory education and the training necessary to produce men and women with compassion and character, and whereas House Bill 2835 to designate this portion of State Highway 144 in Hood and Somerville counties as the Ed Shipman Memorial Highway was signed by Governor Abbott and will become law on September the 1st, 2023. And whereas the Hood County Commissioners Court wishes to recognize the life's work of Mr. Ed Shipman, his contribution to the communities of Hood and Somerville counties and beyond, and his impact to the lives of innumerable young people over the last 48 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court is hereby proclaimed September the 1st, 2023, Ed Shipman Tribute Day in Hood County, Texas.
Let's do the real pretty one. I'm going to give, this one we're going to give to the county clerk to file, but this is a, look how pretty this one is.
That's a lot better. There we go. There we go.
That's got the gold sealed and everything there. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much. And I want y'all to know that there's a way you can contribute to this town organization. And I just told Lewis that my wife and I are going to be buying a brick for this. And there's a lot of other things. You can sign a book for $100. You can do a bunch of other things depending upon that, right, Ayla?
That's
You
right.
can- So.
There's
we
a
can-
link on the farm website, right, that you guys can actually.
Yeah, what is the name of the link? And,
It's happyhillfarm.org/highway. And we're going to have a big event out there on September the 1st. So we invite you. If you want to RSVP, it's a luncheon. We'd love to have you come out, see the good work that we've been doing for almost 50 years out at Happy Hill Farm. We'd love to have you there.
Good. This is a great deal. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know his grandfather would be awful proud of him, don't you think? Good deal. Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. There we go.
Judge, can you move your microphone over closer to
Yes.
your
Fellow Rotarian,
mic?
you can't hear me?
It's not on.
Can you hear me now? Okay, is that better? All right. Okay. We have another special presentation here. This is a proclamation to designate August the 21st, 2023, as Hood County Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day. And we have with us today Harley Waltz and Misty Skylark here from the Substance Abuse Council. And I want these two ladies to come down here because I've met them this morning, and I told both of them that I wanted them to read this. How are you doing, Misty? And this is Harley. This is Play Misty for me. Her father wanted a Harley, but he got her instead. But he said he made a better deal. So look here, and turn that microphone so you can face the people, but read it right there. Can you turn that microphone for you?
Okay. Does it work? Yeah, okay. So this is the official proclamation to designate August 21st, 2023 as Hood County Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day. Whereas August 21st, 2023 is established as the National Day in remembrance of those lost to illicit fentanyl poisoning and to acknowledge the devastation this drug has brought to hundreds of thousands of affected family members and friends. And whereas this is a day of a coordinated response from fentanyl awareness organizations and affected families sharing their lived experiences as part of a whole group, warning and informing our youth, the public, and the unsuspecting. And whereas Hood County is recognizing the alarming amount of fentanyl-related overdoses in recent months, some resulting in death in our community. And whereas Hood County wishes to recognize those affected locally by the tragedy of fentanyl and bring awareness to prevention resources available in Hood County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim August 21st, 2023 Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day in Hood County, Texas.
Thank you very much. Thank y'all. This is very important. You know, they say a little bit will kill you, so this is very important work, really. Thank you. Y'all want to?
Misty.
So this is going to kick off the, on the 22nd is the start of Overdose Awareness Month, and there'll be purple lights and flags around the square. So this is actually kicking off that day, one day early with this proclamation. So thank you.
Let's see, let's get this up. Good luck. Thank you for the good work. Okay. All right. Now, there are no service awards, correct? Okay, so this brings us now to the citizens' comments at large. And the first speaker is Elizabeth Mercer. Ms. Mercer.
Good morning. What I want to talk to you about this morning, or at least the comment, is about the appearance of the two-tiered justice system that is currently ravaging Hood County. I'm not alone in this. I've talked to a lot of folks, but myself personally, and I'm just going to speak for me. The appearance is that in this city and in this county, if one is susceptible to a political threat, then individuals are able to get away with things that a normal, ordinary citizen like me could not. This is distressing, but more than that is morally reprehensible. If I break and enter in a building, I'm going to jail, and I should. I don't know that this is the case. I am hopeful now that some of these appearances, some of these unanswered questions are about to be answered. Part of that is because, of course, we have legislation coming out of Austin that is going to demand that when a law is broken, no matter who you are, you were investigated, and then you face the consequences of that, whatever that may be. But I wanted to let you know that throughout the county, at least the folks I speak with, and there are numerous, the appearance of that two-tier justice system is a matter of concern. People are upset. More than that, some of them are actually hopeless. Now, as we begin to actually talk to you all about this and explain the concept, hope is beginning to sort of filter down. People are paying attention, and I wanted to just let you know, people are paying attention. When someone breaks the law in this area, they should face the consequences of that, because anybody else would, no matter who their political friends are, no matter their political position. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Katie Lang.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I just want to speak to that two-tiered system. I believe that is false. I mean, we, as a county, follow the law. If the law is broken, there's investigations that are done, and the Hood County Sheriff's Office investigates it. So unless she has some facts that she'd like to present, and I mean no disrespect, but if she has an accusation so severely as this, she needs to bring the facts forward too. I'm tired of people coming up to this mic and spewing lies. They've done it about my office, they've done it about Commissioner Eagle, they've done it about Commissioner Samuelson. This has got to stop. If you've got something to say, back it up with truth. Back it up with facts. Back it up with integrity. If you have any problems with anyone, any of the elected officials, contact them first, have a discussion, have it be, respectful, that if they have a problem, come to that person, talk to them first, and then if you don't get it solved, then go somewhere else. But this is really just turning out to be a circus. The judge's court is a circus. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Biggers.
Hey, good morning, Court. It's really cool when God works these things out like this, because it's pretty much what I was going to talk about too, and there certainly wasn't any coordination. I didn't coordinate with Ms. Mercer or Ms. Lang, but there is a double standard. So everybody knows there's a lawsuit, and everybody knows that things got thrown at, people got thrown out, things stated, those various things like that. And the court will take its course in the federal court, and it'll do its thing. My original complaint was obviously the First Amendment thing, and then there's what's called viewpoint discrimination, or viewpoint bias also. So this is where the double standard comes into play, I think. I filed my complaint, the judge responded, the judge's attack responded, I filed an amended complaint, so various things. So where we are right now is the double standard that I've watched since filing the complaint in April. May, June, July, I've just sat and watched and observed, and the rules of decorum of this court are very clear, and you want to hold those up to my infractions, if you want to say it that way. The court will decide one way or the other. But I've watched people come up here and spew hate towards commissioners and county clerks and turn around and yell at people in the audience, me being one of them. And you want to say, here's your rules of decorum, and they're very clear. It's not the intention of the Hood County Commissioners Court to provide a public forum for demeaning of any individual or group. That's somebody sitting out there or a group. Neither is it the intention of the court to allow a member or members of the public to insult the honesty or integrity of the court. Mr. Eagle, you lie. I've heard that numerous times here over the last 90 days. Katie, the county clerk, gone after her. That's the double standard that's been happening in this court since I got thrown out and had to file. So where are we here? Where are we going to do with this stuff? So that's, to me, is just viewpoint biased. you want to call mine viewpoint discrimination because I didn't get the chance to say what I wanted to say, this is viewpoint bias, and it's coming from the middle chair. Because if the middle chair doesn't take control of this, it's on you guys as commissioners to step up and say, this needs to stop. The hate mongering, I don't blame Mr. Eagle for stepping out at all. You guys all ought to step out when that starts with an individual that wants to come up here and be that way. And I pray to the Creator God that we get in line with this county business and not do this constant bickering and showing bias to some speakers and discrimination against other speakers. Now, Judge, you've been very polite to me over the last 4 or 5 times I've spoken. Understandably, you have a lawsuit over your head, those things make people kind of fall back in line. But there are people out here that just don't get it, that they come in here and be very nasty about it, and it needs to stop and get on with the business. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Herod Granick.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Just a few things. I'm glad that Mr. Biggers, his tone has improved. He argues that is a bias against him, but he was much louder and abusive to, for instance, our previous Precinct 2 Commissioner, and that seems to be better, and that's how the decorum of this court should be. Our county clerk has said that we should come with facts, and what comes to mind is there's been questions on Commissioner 4, whether he is actually, at the time that he signed up to run for office this time, he had residency. He has posted, led to understand on his website, evidence of utility bills that shows that he lived in that residency, but of course on that website I have a grandson who could edit and prove that he also lives there. It would be nice, and it would seem to be very easy, if our Commissioner 4 had actually presented the actual utility bills, official in paper, not printed out, but from the utility company. I would like to see those facts too. Thank you.
That concludes the open mic section, and I want to remind everybody is that nobody on the court is allowed to respond to anybody when they speak at open mic. Okay, so now let's go into the miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered for approval. And the first item is discuss and take appropriate action to approve the 2024 Commissioner Court schedule. And this has been put up here by the auditor and the county judge. And this is when the Commissioners Court will meet. And the only thing that I think that has concerning some members and myself is that the second Commissioners Court meeting in December is set on December the 27th. And a lot of times, a lot of people are gone on the 27th, and I will be gone on the 27th. I know that because my granddaughter is in Europe, and I go see her at Christmas time, and there's not much business going on around the Christmas holidays. So I was opening it up for discussion as to anybody. I hope you don't hold that against me, but I don't get to see my little granddaughter very often, and I'm going to do that, God permitting. So.
And we're also closed Monday and Tuesday of that week, right?
Right.
So that makes it difficult. So whatever you decide, we'll change the schedule.
Yeah, and somebody's thought about doing it on the 19th, which I will be here the week earlier. Somebody says, and I don't know the answer to this, Mr. Mills, are you here today? I don't see him yet, as to whether we even have to have a second Commissioners Court in December.
Got to pay bills.
We do?
Yeah, I think we do, Judge.
Okay, well, if we do, so I'm opening it up for discussion. If y'all want to move that.
I would suggest that possibly for just the month of December 2023, we set the Commissioners Court dates for the 5th, which would be the 1st and then the 19th. That way we still get the 2 in, and that will help make sure that, the employees of the county, not just the judge, but others that plan on being gone that week between Christmas and New Year would have ample opportunity. So, just for the month of December, we changed it to the 5th and the 19th.
That would only
The
just
first
give,
and third Tuesday.
sorry. That would give 1 week between the last court in November and the first court in December.
Yeah, and the 27th, just for FYI, I would be the judge pro tem if the judge isn't here. So I know that is, would set hair on fire around here. But, we will survive. Just saying, just saying.
Is the 22nd an option? I just worry about that just 1 week between courts. That's a lot of work for folks to get ready, all the reports and everything.
Anybody else have anything to say? I wish Leanne were here about payroll. I don't know how that...
Payroll has no bearing on this.
No bearing
No, sir.
whatsoever? Okay, well, anybody else have any other suggestion?
Would everybody be here on the 29th of December?
I would entertain that we could do the 12th, the second Tuesday, and then Friday the 22nd. For the...
Whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, is there any advantage to doing it on the 29th as opposed to the 22nd, like you said there at the...
We will just notify people that are paying bills that they have to get it to us quicker. We'll change our schedule to reflect that, whatever you guys decide.
Well, I like what Commissioner Wilson said about having that last week without a court, so if people want to, employees need to leave, be on vacation the entire week or be out of town, whatever.
So December 22nd is a good date.
Do I hear?
All right.
Your idea.
Okay. Well, okay, then I'll move that we set the second court in December for December 22nd.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to set the second Commissioners Court meeting for December the 22nd, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to approve extending the item deadline for the June 25th, 2024 court to Thursday, June 20th at noon due to the holiday on June 19th, 2024. This is so that it gives enough time for everybody to, and especially for Brenda Lampert, to get the agenda out to everybody and for everybody to get their information into Becky and Leanne and everybody else and get it to the court because of the holiday. Anybody have any discussion about that? Anybody opposed to it? Do I hear a motion then?
Yes, I move that we approve extending the item deadline for the June 25, 2024 court to Tuesday, June 20th at noon due to the holiday on June 19th, 2024.
Do I have a second?
Second, Thursday, the 20th, but yeah, second.
Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Wilson to extend the deadline for the June 25th, 2024 court to Thursday, June the 20th at noon due to the holiday on June 19th, 2024, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, discuss and take appropriate action regarding setting the salaries of elected officials pursuant to Local Government Code 153.013. May convene into executive session. So at this time, as everybody like Faye Landon, who's been here all the time, we have had workshops and we have gone into executive session on numerous times, and we have a proposed salary. So at this time, I'd ask any commissioner if they wish to go into executive session at this time. If not, do I hear a motion to approve the salary matrix that has been prepared?
No, not the matrix, sir. The proposed increase for elected officials.
The proposed increase for the elected officials, which is, and
3%.
I'm going to mark this so that we all know what we're talking about. And it doesn't have a date on it, but Becky, can you come up here and look at this and let me know that this is the correct one? Because I want to mark it and let it become part of the record so we know that this is, there's been a bunch of them circulating around is what I'm saying. Is that it?
For y'all.
Okay.
What'd she say?
No guarantees beyond that.
What'd she say?
For y'all.
For y'all, this is for, is this, do you have one without the names?
I have both, and on all of them that you've ever received, it is 3% for elected and appointed.
All right. For elected only. Okay. Well, in that case.
Judge, I got a comment.
All right.
So we haven't voted on a proposed tax rate yet. I think this is out of order because there may be disagreement on this proposed 3% raise for all the elected officials and appointed officials. So I guess I'll make a motion that we bump this back after and make that decision, make this decision after we propose a tax rate. That's just my opinion, and I'm making that motion.
I hear a second to that motion.
That does make sense. I'll second that.
Motion been made by Commissioner Eagle, second by Commissioner Andrews to bump the item number 3 about setting the salaries of elected officials to after we make a decision on the tax rate. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. So we will take that after we pass the tax rate, or don't pass the tax rate. Item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to set a proposed tax rate for the tax year 2023, fiscal year 2024. Okay? This is my proposed budget. I want you to know that that's a constitutional duty that is put upon me, and I work very closely with the auditor on doing this, and we've had, like I said, numerous workshops and discussions with the various other commissioners, and I've taken their advice and counsel in some instances, and some instances I haven't. But the tax rate that I'm proposing is a decrease of 0.04 or 13.14%. The tax rate per $100 of value in 2022 was 0.331129. And the proposed tax rate that I'm saying is 0.287622. This gives us enough budget to cover all of the elected salaries. And the reason that we have this is that there's becoming some disparity and close between, like the sheriff's deputies, and I'm not, y'all all know this if you've been in court. I am all for paying our law enforcement a salary commensurate with what they do to keep us all safe. They're on the front line every day out there. And I believe they need the best equipment, they need a decent salary, and we owe it to them to give them all of this equipment so that they can go home at night to their families. I'm all for that. And this is what this budget does do. We have already passed a 10% homestead reduction, which amounts to about $1 million. Am I right on that, Becky? Is that?
Close to that, I believe.
Somewhere around there.
That won't be effective till next budget year.
Is that right, Becky?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Commissioner Wilson, the last time, contrary to what's been floating around here, wanted to table a motion to see if we could even get the homestead exemption to 20%, but that didn't pass. And so we do have a 10%. But with what this budget that I propose does, it's enough to cover all of the expenses for all of the county and leave this county in very good shape. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I know that Commissioner Eagle has proposed one that was yesterday that I got, and I talked it over with Ms. Kidd, and he wanted to go down to, I don't know, it was less than that. Was it .251700? And Ms. Kidd said that it would leave the county $3 million short. Well, I just don't want to do that. I mean, that may result in laying off employees or not having enough money. This is moving in the right direction, and every year we have been able to get a decrease. And I know that everybody's home values are going up, but really that's a good thing. And we're getting more and more people here all the time. And more people mean more services, and it costs more. So folks, we got to do this to keep a balanced budget. And I pay taxes too. And I think that this is what is fair for all the citizens, and this is what I propose. So my deal is, after we discuss this, is that I will make a motion to have a proposed tax rate of .287622 per $100. Okay? So now I open it up to any commissioner, and I don't think anybody signed up for this one. No, I don't have any speakers that signed up for the tax rate, but if any commissioner wishes to say anything, please, now's the time.
Yeah, I got something to say. So first of all, I need to set some things straight here from what I just heard. Number one, yes, this is the judge's proposed budget. However, the Commissioners Court has to vote on it. That's 5 people, not 1. And we all went through this budget together, and yes, according to the statute, the county judge is the chief CFO, but and he's proposing a budget of $287,622, which is the no new revenue rate according to Texas law, which makes about as much sense. The law itself, it's almost impossible to figure it out, because this no new revenue rate this year indicates a $48 decrease in out-of-pocket, according to the numbers. Still not sure I believe it, but that's what the numbers that we have. But last year, the no new revenue rate meant more out-of-pocket, and the year before that, the no new revenue rate, which is the first year that that nomenclature came into existence, meant a $77 out of your pocket more. And by the way, what I've got to say here has nothing to do with Sheriff's Department salaries on a proposed budget tax rate. Yes, we did vote on a 10% homestead exemption to address that comment the last court. And yes, Commissioner Wilson made a motion to table that. Well, what you guys need to know is that this proposed homestead exemption will not even take an effect till next year. And I would invite Mr. Wilson to put that back on the agenda, and let's get that other 10%. I'm good with that. We've got plenty of time to do that, so let's do it. I'll second that motion. The judge pointed out a tax rate that I threw out. I didn't even see the worksheet on this tax rate finalized until yesterday. And I hurriedly came up with some calculations for what I think the tax rate ought to be. And I used the wrong numerator, which I discovered after Ms. Kidd sent me the worksheet on it. I went, whoa, that's off. And so when I read through the numbers, I found out that this is my bad, and I sent her an email yesterday afternoon and explained that I used an incorrect numerator for my calculation. And once I saw the numbers worked out, I went, I know that's not right. And so I went back and checked my numbers and put the correct numerator in the equation, and I came up with a rate of .276800, which is slightly under the rate that the judge is proposing. And what that rate would, let me give you my argument for that rate. Last year, we went $7 above out of pocket for the average, and I'm just going by average. You know, everybody's going to have a little fluctuation if their homestead is lower or higher or what have you. Or if they're exempt, it doesn't make any difference to them as far as out of pocket. But the year before, our tax rate raised it out of pocket $77. So my math was strictly and simply to add 77 to 7, 77 from 2 years ago, 7 from last year, that's $84. What we've been presented by the judge is $48 less. And so what I'm proposing is a rate that takes it down another $36. Yes, when I talked to Ms. Kidd on the phone, she said, well, if we do that, you're going to have to go back and redo the budget. I said, that's the point. That's the point, is this budget needs to be relooked at, in my opinion. I'm one vote up here. And so the judge has a motion on the table for the tax rate that he's presented, and it's going to go where it's going to go. But I'm just trying to explain the reasoning for me to come up with my own rate, which I've done every year, and how I got to my number, and that I think that, and we're talking about $950,000 less overall with my proposed rate, and I think that we can go back into our budget and find close to $1 million and tighten up sharpen the pencils and tighten it up. That's my opinion.
Good morning.
Ms. Kidd.
Okay, when Dave sent me this proposed rate, I sent it out. When you sent me a proposed rate, I sent it out. Then I got your email. He's completely right. He had a mistake. We all have mistakes. So I refigured it this morning and sent it out, and that's where his next tax rate came from. You drop your tax rate by 1 cent, you lose $1 million. So you're going to lose $1 million with this rate. The next year, when you're giving them the 10% or more, where are you going to come up with that? You're already $1 million down in revenue this year. What are you going to do next year? This county needs this tax rate. I'm sorry if I sound very adamant about it, but I've worked it and looked at it, and I've brought it down from where we were. I cut already. I added revenue. I went back and looked at the revenue and was able to increase that. Nanette and I talked about this. We went through this. This is a good tax rate. This gets everybody the raise that's been proposed, and it helps road ops and the library get a little more solvent. I did not like where they were with the lower tax rates that they had. So I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this rate. It's a good rate for this county. Everybody gets to pay $48 less on an average, $331,000 average home. It's a good rate, and I hope that you will work for the county and the people that work here and do this tax rate.
Thank you, Ms. Kidd, and I agree wholeheartedly. We put a lot of work into that, and that's what I say. So, any further discussion?
Well, yes, sir. Well, I'm with you, Dave. If we can find some way to cut, I'm always in favor of reducing taxes and cutting waste. But I think that we've done something very different this year by sitting down and going through all these budgets individually. Each commissioner took a section of the budget and went and specifically sat down and worked with various department heads and went through this. And at the end of that, and I believe there are still some things that we can look at in there, but at the end of that, we said, well, it takes this much in revenue to cover that budget. And that's the point where we are with this rate, right, Becky? Sorry, Becky. Hey, Becky. You missed my whole little diatribe there.
He's going to have to repeat everything he just said.
Yeah, by going through and compiling the budget that we've done to this point, the rate that you're proposing here brings us to that revenue for the budget that we've put together, correct?
Yes.
So for us to find additional cuts, and yeah, I'm on board with that. I'm in no way opposed to going through and looking through some more things, and if we can find some stuff to cut in there, and then whatever we might move from fund balance or whatever. But and these are absolutely discussions that we can have, and I'd love to trim that rate down as much as possible. But I think that we've established a watermark where we are with this by going through the budget and doing that beforehand, which I think is the absolutely correct way of doing a budget too, is to sit down, go through and figure out where you have to be, trim everything out that you can, say, compile this at this point and say, this is where we need to be, what tax rate gets us to this level of revenue.
And I had to work to get there, to this rate.
Yeah, I agree with Kevin, or Commissioner Andrews, as far as going through the budget, but most of our discussions on the budget have centered around salaries, which is a big bulk of the expense. We haven't really spent a lot of time going through the other things that are in the budget, and I have gone through it, hours and hours spent looking at the different departments, sending questions to different department heads, and appointed and elected officials about why is this here and what's your justification for this. And I do feel like there are some areas that we can still have an impact on as far as saving taxpayer money. We also have the potential, and we'll know on Thursday, about the funds that we normally send to HCAD, which is a lot of, $500,000 to $600,000 that we may get credited this year because of the overage that you all have been paying through your taxing entities to HCAD for the last 3 to 5 years. So we have that that's hanging in the balance, as far as that could be what we used to call a good guy to the budget. So that would be a benefit to the budget, where that would be revenue, or that would be tax dollars that wouldn't need to be paid to HCAD this year. So that's still out there. I did go through this. I just randomly took several, went to the HCAD website, just took random tax assessments last year and this year and worked through the math on it, and from anywhere from a home that was $386,000 last year and now is $425,000, a home that was $82,000 last year and now is $90,000. Several, I took probably about 10 different examples ranging anywhere from $89,000 to $900,000. And yes, for the most part with this tax rate, exclusion is people who don't have a homestead exemption, probably a second home. There is a tax decrease, but can we do better? Can we go somewhere between what Commissioner Eagle is saying and what the judge has proposed? And I think we still have some room. We have some inefficiencies. I know we have talked about different things in workshops, but we haven't made any changes to some of the things that we've talked about in workshops that would help reduce the budget. So, and it's not, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it is savings that is, tax dollar savings. So I still feel like, and again, this is a proposed tax rate, and we can still change it as we go through, and if we find out Thursday what the new proposal is from HCAD, we can come back and adjust for that. And if we have another workshop or some other session where we find different ways where we can consolidate in certain areas, reduce redundancy in certain areas, that we can save some dollars, some taxpayer money. So I think that we can come somewhere between. One of the other things that is, like, I think, just to reiterate what Dave said, we didn't get these figures until late. So being able to go through them and look through, okay, what would it mean if we proposed a tax rate of something less? I mean, they're just, Becky probably worked 20 hours between, yesterday and now.
But I did give you everything I got from the appraisal district the day I got it.
Yes, so being able to do your work on this and come up with a rate that makes sense in just a couple of days, that's a big job. So that's why I know people are saying, well, that's why you ran for office and that's why you were elected to do this. So I understand that. But there is, depending on what happens on Thursday, I think we have some opportunities to change the rate.
Well, I disagree. You heard Becky Kidd say here, she knows more about this budget and has been working with these budgets longer, harder, and understands every facet of this budget and how fund balances work, what you can use to pay off the indebtedness. And this county is in an enviable position by really all the other counties in the state of Texas about the amount of debt that's owed and how we've been able to pay off the debt and what we can do to keep this county very active in providing the services that we keep on getting. I'm kind of torn between a lot of people coming into Hood County. It's been real different in the last 35 years that I've been here, but we can't do anything about it. You can't stop it. People are coming in here, and this is the type of budget. We got to keep enough money available. We're cutting this by 4 points on here, 4 points, which means that on an average homestead taxable value of $304,000, 327, that it decreases the tax on the average household, reduces the tax by $48. Folks, how much do you want to keep on trimming and taking away from your employees who are the backbone of this county? I mean, and the services that we are providing to this county. I mean, we've trimmed it, we've talked about it, it's now time to act on it, in my opinion. That's what we have. This is, you know, it's my proposed budget, and that's what proposed means. It takes the vote of the Commissioners Court. But this proposed budget is what Becky Kidd has really worked on and knows it better than anybody else, and you've heard her and what her position on this. So with that, I call in the vote. Well, I don't have a second. I move that we accept the tax rate of .287622. I hear a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yes. I just want to point out that I understand that Becky has worked very hard on this. I will caution Ms. Kidd to not get so emotionally attached to her position. The Commissioners Court vote on this, and I appreciate Ms. Kidd's input. She is appointed by the district judge to serve as somewhat of a check and a balance to the commissioners and everything that we're doing. But I will caution, put a word of caution out there to please don't get emotionally attached to the situation, because it could change. You've done a lot of hard work, but I'll give one little example about all the work that's supposedly done on this budget. We were back there in executive session, and we talked about certain things, like with elected officials and appointed officials. Didn't make any judgments back there or any decisions, but we talked about it, and you know, nothing came of that. It just stayed where it was. That's why I wanted to move voting on the salaries until after we talked about this tax rate. And yes, there's always places you can cut in the government. There's always places you can cut, and it doesn't have to be salaries. It doesn't have to be salaries. Salaries are the mainstay, the biggest part of this budget that the taxpayers pay for. But I think another look at it might be in order. But the judge has made a motion, he's gotten a second, and I hope that it's going to go where it goes. But I just wanted to comment about, I don't want Ms. Kidd to take this personal, because I know you've worked very hard to get where you've gotten.
Yeah, I do think that there is a disconnect there, and that's why I think that there is room to lower this somewhat, because I've had many people stood there at that microphone, or stood elected and appointed officials, or at our workshops and said, don't give me an increase. I want that money to go to my employees. And that's not what we did. And I feel very strongly that that's what we should do. So I think there is room. It might not be a huge amount, but there are other inefficiencies and redundancies that are in this budget that we haven't addressed yet. And so I think that there is some room, maybe not $900,000, but when you look at it on top of the potential of not having to pay HCAD, there is potential to lower the tax rate. And we were asked, okay, if you get credited for HCAD, how are you going to give that money back to the taxpayers? This is how we give it back to the taxpayers, right here.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to accept the proposed tax rate as proposed by the county judge, second by Commissioner Wilson, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
No.
Okay, the nays have it, 3-2.
Actually, I voted yay.
He voted.
I voted yay on the
You voted yay?
proposed rate. I think we still have some work to do, but we can present this
Okay,
as a
well,
proposed rate and then work
Good.
on it.
Well, good.
Thank you,
Work on it.
because we have to have a proposed rate today.
Yes, we needed the proposed rate today. So the tax rate of, Jesus, what is it? 0.287622 passes. Thank y'all very much.
Well, it's not past tax rate.
It's a proposed tax rate,
Yes,
which
there's
can...
still work to do on this. It just moves us to the next step.
Okay. Now let's go back to item number 3, to discuss and take appropriate action regarding the setting of salaries of elected officials pursuant to Local Government Code 153.013. May convene into executive session. Anybody like to comment about this?
I already made my comment.
No comment?
Yeah, I'll throw it out there. I am a little bit concerned about this. A lot of the elected people in this county are still working age and still requiring a salary. I know that's a little different than than what we see up here, and I do have some concern there. Now, I am perfectly willing to bypass any raise personally, but I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how we go about that. Do we?
Statute allows that you can turn back any or all of your salary back to the county treasurer by statute.
It also allows us to set different raises for each individual office, or not.
And that's somewhere that we can get in there and work on,
Right.
and get this tax rate, trim the budget a little bit. Yep.
Yes, and, you know, for the folks that have come up to us or called us or stood at the podium and said, I'm willing to give my raise up so that my folks can get a better raise, we should honor their request.
Anybody else? Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we take the appropriate action regarding the setting of the salaries of elected officials pursuant to Local Government Code 153.013 as stated in the budget that was put together, you know, with the 3% for the elected and appointed officials.
Second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what does that look like? Where do we go from here? I mean, is these salaries are budgeted in there? Then it's up to the individual elected officials to...
If they don't want their increase, they need to let you know, and we can adjust the budget. But all the elected and appointed, the total increase with benefits was less than $100,000. And to take that away from all of them, I don't know what they've come to you and said, but I know what they've come to me and said. They'd like their increase. They want to get their employees as much as they can, but they don't want to start going backwards, because all of the elected for 3 years did not get a raise. You got a raise this last year, and now you're going to start all over again. Like the judge said, they're going to be behind normal employees pretty quick if they're not already. So I like Jack's idea better. If you want to help, donate it back. But let the appointed people, let the other elected officials have their raise, and let them decide what to do with it. Again, yes, Dave said don't get emotional. I'm not emotional. This is about the people that put their heart and soul in here, and I want them to get as much as we can help them with, because we're nowhere without those people.
I'll amend the motion to exclude the Commissioners Court from the 3%.
We
I think we've already got a motion on the table.
We've already got one motion on.
Amendment to the motion.
Well, you got to vote on his first.
No, I will not.
Okay. We got one motion on the floor. Did you second it, Kevin? There's no, I did. I seconded it. I seconded it, okay. Okay. So we got a motion. The only thing I wish to say is there were a lot of people out here at one time, and we got a lot of 501c3s out here where we feed children and we do a lot of things that's good for this community, and a lot of people think that that's not a function of government. I kind of disagree with that. We've got Mission Granbury here and a lot of people that save a lot of families, especially during COVID. So that's the way I feel about it. And I know personally, forward training, a lot of people that save women and children from destitution, and it changes their lives on the thing. If you want to do something really good to help this community, go ahead and take your 3% and give it all back and more to the community. How about that? If you really want to help something make a difference, or give it to your church that helps out people, that has a food program. How about doing that so that you can really do something that makes a difference and makes you feel good? How about that? So if you want to do something, I'm not saying let's don't do it. I know, anyway, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things to do, so don't come up here and tell me that what's going to make $100,000 different in a $32 billion deal. We're talking about, that's so minuscule. So let's do the right thing here. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Let's do the right thing for all the citizens. You want to really help the citizens out, take your increase and give it back to the citizens of Hood County. That's what I say. So
That's what I've been doing since I took this position. Guaranteed.
just in the last 2 months.
Still going to continue.
In the last 2 months, I've written checks for $6,000 to 501c3 charities here in this community to help out, because, well, more than that. Because I think it's something that's really needed. I look at it and say that this will be a benefit to children and to their parents and make a standard of living that will help out this whole community. Everybody can do that. If you got some extra money, if you get some extra money and you don't need it, give it to the county. Write a check for it. That's what I'm saying on the thing.
I just need to say that I don't want to take money from the taxpayers to be able to give it to a charity. I'll give the charity with my own money. I don't want to tax people so that I can give money to charity.
Well, you're giving it back.
I agree 100%.
You're giving it back to the taxpayers. The people that are needed are the taxpayers. So it's one and the same.
No, it's not, Judge.
It's not the same.
I've heard enough of your demagoguing on this one.
That's your opinion.
It's not the same.
Okay, let's call the vote. Call the vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the nays have it, 3-2. Okay, let's go on to item number 5.
I
Discuss
have another motion. I'll make a motion to set the salaries per the budget excluding the Commissioners Court.
I'll second that.
But now we have a motion to accept all of the budget for the elected and appointed, for all of them, with the exception of the Commissioners Court.
Yes, sir.
You got a second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor of excluding the Commissioners Court but accepting the budget as proposed for all the other elected and appointed officials in the county, say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear everybody.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2. I'll vote for that. Aye.
Aye.
So,
Did you
Commissioner
vote?
Andrews, did you vote?
We don't have a budget yet, so I'll vote nay on that.
Okay.
I'm voting on something that's not ready yet.
Okay.
So
Motion
y'all do what
passes
you want.
4-1. Okay. All right, next item. Discuss and take appropriate action to set the date for a public hearing on the proposed 2024 budget and the 2023 tax rate, proposed tax rate for August the 22nd, 2023. Explain that, Ms.
We
Kidd.
always have a public hearing on the tax rate and the proposed budget. I have to give notices to Hood County Appraisal District and the newspaper so that the public is aware of these, and you have to agree to the date. So
Okay.
it's just housekeeping, basically.
So that's the date then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do I hear appropriate motion?
So I move that we set the date for the public hearing for the 2024 proposed budget and 2023 tax year proposed tax rate for August 22nd, 2023.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to set the date for the public hearing on the 2024 proposed budget and 2023 tax year proposed tax rate for August the 22nd, 2023. Second by Commissioner Eagle.
And I have a question on that. Is that the day that we approve this?
Nope.
Or is it, okay, all right, good.
Just
'Cause
have
I don't
to
want to go
discuss
early
it.
again. I learned a
We
valuable
have till
lesson.
the second court in September to approve a
Okay,
budget.
gotcha.
If you don't, we're in trouble.
Right.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the appointment of the election judges and polling locations for a one-year term. Good morning, Ms. Stephanie Cooper.
Good morning. So this one should be simple and easy. There's just two things I wanted to point out from the prior years. We have a replacement location for the Lakeside church that we used to use. It's now going to be the Calvary Church, which is off the 144 towards Glen Rose. And then we've added an additional location in the Acton area because that polling place we had up there was getting too crowded. And that is going to be the Episcopal Church off of Acton Highway.
Okay.
Everything else is the same, and just the judges that you'll have to appoint.
Okay, so I have an Exhibit A here that you presented us with. Is this what you're proposing to the Commissioners Court? Is this it?
Yeah, it's the second page. Yep, that's
This
it.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's just to appoint each of the presiding and alternate judges per polling location, along
Can you
with,
speak up? Can everybody in the back hear her?
No.
Okay, speak into the microphone a little bit louder, okay?
okay, so the presiding and alternate judges are what you guys are going to appoint today. I'm just pointing out that we have different polling locations on here, and then you'll appoint the early voting, early ballot board, and central count station management. It's all listed right there for
And these
you.
are presented by the chairs, right? To you?
Oh, yeah, so all of these people are given to me by the party chairs, and then we just compile it on
Just
the one
making that
list.
clear, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I make a motion that we approve the appointment of election judges and polling locations for the one-year term beginning September 1, 2023 and ending August 31, 2024.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Andrews, second by Commissioner Wilson, to approve the Hood County elections and presiding and alternate judges and the locations at the vote centers, as per the Exhibit A on this attachment here. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Let's pass this down. Well, we'll keep it here. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper. Okay, number 7, public meeting to discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the proposed Hood County on-site sewage facility order. Miss, this is number 7 against here, so you brought it on here,
Yeah,
Ms.
I'm sure we have some speakers, so it's up, do we need to adjourn into a public meeting?
We got 5 speakers here. You want to go with the public speakers first, or you want to make opening statement?
No, go ahead. Do we need to adjourn into a public meeting?
Okay. Mitchell Coleman.
Do you need to call a public meeting?
Yes, I guess we do. Okay. At 10:15, that's all right. Stay up here, Mr. Coleman. That's all right. At 10:15, we're convening into a public meeting to discuss the proposed Hood County on-site sewage facility order. Go ahead. Thank you. Mr. Mitchell Coleman.
Judge, Commissioners, I've spoke before you several times in the past, and I've been in the wastewater industry for over 25 years now.
Can you pull the mic right in front of you so that, and speak into that,
Okay,
please?
that better?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
All right, I've been in the wastewater industry for over 25 years. Today I could talk to you about the horrors I've seen. Systems so flooded you cannot get to them even with knee-high boots. Kids playing in mud caused by overflowing septic systems. Kids' toys and pools in a spray field on a system that was failed. Animals living in sewage coming out of systems that are failed. Clean-out caps removed on homes. Sewage running on the ground. Ditches dug from septic tanks out to creeks running into our lake. But none of this seems to matter. I mean, what the county is getting right now is kind of a dog and pony show, in my opinion. 3 of the judges have already made up their mind today what's going to happen. The people of Hood County are not getting represented today. An individual is who has boasted and posted that he has you in his back pocket. Thank you for your time.
All right. The next speaker is Sharon Sheelander.
I don't understand some of the pushback that I've witnessed on different media on the subject. There is a state law already outlining the requirements for having an on-site sewage facility. Texas Health and Safety Code, that's Texas Health and Safety Code. In that code, Chapter 366 allows counties to enact additional requirements. Prior to enforcing this new order, there have been events of sewage being dumped into the lake. Don and I experienced one while we were on the lake several years ago, and we got a hold of the Hood County Lake Patrol and informed them, and they took action. There continues to be events, even with the laws that are already in place. I lost my place. My understanding after reading the proposed order, Section 9C, is to enhance the requirements to own and operate an on-site sewage facility. This includes the licensing, testing, and reporting, which is 3 times a year on the quality of your facility. The new requirements allow homeowners to become certified and conduct their own testing and reporting and not have to contract with a professional engineer. They still have to be certified through state licensings. If you read the order, 3 words sum up this proposal, in my mind, covering this issue: more stringent requirements. This is something above state regulations already in place, and this is something that Hood County commissioners have the right to put additional requirements on people. So like I said, we already have events, as the man before me stated, of people dumping or sewage going into our lake. I'm hoping that this and I'm not sure if the counties, the commissioners can do this, but maybe put more investigations, more where our environmental department would maybe oversight or oversee more, go out and do checks periodically on different things. But also I think, if somebody's doing something wrong, and not following the statute or the regulations, that I think 2 times, and then they get their certification pulled. So it looks to me like there's additional steps here that we could propose. Thank you.
Okay, Steve Biggers.
So everybody in this room knows how I feel on this. I'm going to just address a couple things first. Port Ridgely, 40 homes out there polluting the lake. You guys know it. Nothing's been done about it. You've known it for 15 years, and nothing's been done about it. You and AMUD can't get together, and you want to penalize homeowners that have aerobic systems to make them pay a third-party contractor. Judge, you want to give $48 back to people on the tax rate. How about people who have aerobic systems, $150, $200 back a year? Let them get trained and put that money back in their pocket. That's for the people. That's limited government. Those are the things that I want to address first, but I'm going to look at it a little bit different way. First, it's rather ironic the first speaker is in the business and is speaking against changing the rules because it takes money out of his pocket. $500,000 a year in contracts, you don't want to lose that. You don't want to do that. And I wish I had a job that was mandated by the government, just basically security. So, but here's how I'm looking at it. I'm going to look at it from Steve Biggers, not Steve Biggers' point of view, but the chairman of the Republican Party. You guys all ran under the Republican Party ticket. You're all Republicans. So I'm a follower of Jesus. This is my Bible. I believe from cover to cover that's true. Absolutely. I don't take out the flood. I don't take out this. It's true. As a Republican running on the Republican platform, here's the platform. I believe everything in that the grassroots people voted on as a Republican is true. We should stand by that. So 273 planks in the platform. Number 5, American Texan sovereignty and freedom. Number 6, limited government. Number 7, personal accountability. There are people out there that drink and drive all the time, and they can't go buy liquor anymore because they drink and drive all the time. But you don't give them a breathalyzer when they walk out of the liquor store. Normal people just want to drink. There's people that buy fast cars and speed. It's personal accountability. You catch them, you penalize them, and then they deal with it. Number 23, rights of a sovereign people, and that's property rights. I have the right to my property. That's why I don't pay taxes. I am not going to rent my house that I paid for from the government or the school board system or anything else. They'll deal with it when I'm dead and gone. Property rights. So, Mr. Wilson, a couple years ago when you were in the runoff against Mr. Lang, this question came up. You said you were in favor of a citizenry getting trained. You said that. People, don't talk to me right now. People said that, you said that, the question was asked. People can change their mind. I'm sorry to cut you off, but people can change their mind, absolutely. But a better trained citizenry, and the county used to sponsor these things in the 2000s when aerobics were popular. There's newspaper articles that the county used to sponsor training classes that can be done. So, here's the deal with the vote on this thing. If you vote against it, it shows your distrust in the citizens. It shows that you don't believe in property rights for citizens, that you disrespect the party platform and what the party platform stands for that you ran on. I believe 99% of you are Republicans up there. So you're going to vote, and you're going to, in an election year coming up, everything's on record. So it's all up to you guys. Do you going to trust the citizens with this thing? I will put I invite you out right now, Mr. Coleman, to come to my house and check my system. I'll pay you to come and check my system. And if there's something wrong with my system, I'll resign my elected position tomorrow. I take better care of my system than his techs do because I'm trained and I live there 24/7. The people should be able to do that too and not worry about a third party, not particularly him, but a third party person coming in and holding that over you and saying, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, or I'm going to turn you into the county, that sort of stuff. So thank you very much.
Tina Brown.
So just a few minutes ago, you set a public meeting for the budget in 2 weeks, but I don't recall this ever being set in this courtroom. I'm not sure if it should have. I know it was posted in the newspaper Saturday, but I really think you should have done a better job informing the public that this was going to be a public meeting, and I don't think that was done. I am very much against changing these rules, not because I don't think people can do this job themselves. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Anybody can do it. But will they? Will every person who takes the class for $200 they'll turn in the paperwork 3 times a year, but will they actually do the job? We don't know that. Mr. Biggers was talking about someone in the septic business should not be speaking on this. But he is also in this business by giving the classes, so maybe he shouldn't have been speaking about it either. State law allows you to set extra requirements. This is not about the people that will do a good job. This is about the people that won't. This is why every person in here who has automobile insurance carries uninsured or underinsured, because not everybody follows the rules. I also am afraid that this is going to require an extra employee to keep track of who is a homesteader. It's not just, somebody's going to have to verify that information every time that comes in. Every time somebody turns in a report, it's got to be verified that that person has taken the class and that person is still the homesteader at that property. Thank you.
Good. Tom Woodward.
Good morning. Good morning. I think there's only one person in this room who's not old enough to remember when you went to a gas station, the attendant would come out, fill your car up, wash your windows, check your oil, check your fluid for your antifreeze. That doesn't happen anymore. Okay? Now those responsibilities are put on the individual citizen. You can do it yourself, like I do. I change all the oil in my cars. Or you can take it to Quick Lube, pay somebody to do it for you. I don't take it to them because occasionally they leave the plug out and your oil goes down and your engine gets ruined. These have happened before, these cases. Working on your septic system is nothing different than that. We're not going to have any different standard than what the gentleman who gets paid to do it, actually he sends out his employees to do it, than he has. So the responsibility is on us instead of him. The septic system still gets taken care of, and probably better because it's your septic system, and who really wants to live in a stinky septic system? He mentioned about the horrors that he has seen in the past. These are all why his company has been providing these services. So who's to blame for the horrors that he's seen? There's three types of septic systems, to my knowledge. He might be able to correct me. There's a city hookup, which the water is delivered to the city and treated. That's probably the best system, but it doesn't reach out to everybody in the county. So there has to be some options. There's leach lines. That's where your tank leaches the effluent out into your field, and it bleeds off into the ground. Now, some may say that's fertilizer, some may say that's septic, but that's worked for a long time. And then there's the aerobic system, and that's generally the one we're talking about here. 3 tanks, water goes in, it's agitated, it's treated with chlorine, and it's sprayed on your lawn. Some may say that's septic on your lawn. I call it fertilizer. Those areas where my sprinklers are look better than where I don't have sprinklers. These systems have been working for 10,000 years, as long as people have been on this earth. These are the best systems we have. So people who have the capability to take care of their own systems should be allowed to do it. The restrictions with this proposal are greater than what the state of Texas requires. Ms. Brown thinks that people won't follow the rules. Well, you can have as many rules as you want on everything in life, and there won't be people who will follow them. But there is a procedure to follow up if people aren't sending in the proper paperwork. So I don't see that this is going to present any more problems to the county. It's just shifting the responsibility onto the owner. And the owner is going to take this responsibility, especially if they go through the class and pay the $200. If anybody pays $200 just to ignore their system, they should be fined. And there is a procedure to do that. Thank you.
Is Kathy from Somerville County here?
Yes, she's here, girl.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. In 2020, Somerville County had a population of approximately 9,205. Our county continues to grow every day, as Hood County does. Our county adopted an order in August of 2001, which we recently updated and is currently being reviewed by TCEQ. The meaning is the same, the words are just politically correct. This order was put in place to protect our citizens and environment. The order states the owner of any property on which an OSSF, which is on-site sewage facility, is to be installed must obtain a permit prior to the installation, regardless of the regardless of the number of acres on which the OSSF is to be installed. The owner of a residential, aerobic, or non-conventional OSSF must enter into a written maintenance contract with an individual or company who is licensed by TCEQ. This requirement applies regardless of whether the property owner intends to maintain the OSSF directly. The initial maintenance contract shall be valid for a minimum of 2 years, and subsequent written contracts must be continuously maintained during the operation of the system. A copy of the initial and subsequent contracts must be submitted to the county at least 30 days before this contract expires. Very seldom does this happen. The maintenance contract must provide for inspection of the OSSF for at least once every 4 months. Somerville County Commissioners want the best protection for our residents and the environment. They recognize not all homeowners will properly maintain their systems. Homeowners get busy and forget their system is required to be maintained in order to properly work. From a DR's perspective, which I am, I've seen things I cannot unsee. I have seen cesspools, overflowing barrels in the ground, cracked aerobic tanks, and the list goes on. The common denominator here is the homeowner was not responsible enough to maintain an illegitimate system, much less maintain a legal system. When our office receives inspection reports from licensed maintenance providers, the homeowner also receives a copy of this report. Issues listed to be repaired stating the homeowner will repair generally come back on the next 4-month inspection report with repairs not performed by the homeowner as the homeowner stated they would. After the second inspection with no repairs performed, our office sends out a non-compliant letter to the homeowner, giving them 15 days to repair this, and we require a receipt stating that it has been done. If this is not done, then we forward this to our Justice of the Peace. This is a total of 8 months of non-compliance where repairs were not performed, and that system is not being maintained. Not due to the maintenance provider, due to the homeowner's negligence. This is, I can't even begin to think what shape our county would be in without licensed maintenance providers. This is just a couple of cases from inspections that non-compliances we receive from homeowners with raw sewage flowing from a neighboring property or odor coming from a neighbor's because the neighbor will not repair his system. A recent issue, a maintenance provider was performing an inspection and he got electrocuted. Do you think a homeowner would have actually told us they were electrocuted or know how to repair the issue? What if your child or your grandchild were electrocuted? Okay, we have a no permit. A homeowner installed an illegal composting toilet. No permit was ever issued. Raw sewage was on the ground, which flowed into a creek, which flowed into the Brazos River. The homeowner has dogs that stay in the home and small children. You don't think that raw sewage doesn't come in with the pets and on those children's shoes? Thank you.
Hey, ma'am.
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm the designated representative for Somerville County.
Okay. And do you do inspections or?
I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. That concludes the speaker. You have anything to say, Ms. Samuelson?
This is the next step in the process that we've been working through for several months. At the close of this hearing, depending on the vote, the next steps will be well, let me back up to answer one of the questions. The public notice period are different depending on what the subject is. There are certain guidelines when it has to do with the budget, and those are set out in Texas code. The requirement for this was 72 hours or not more than 30 days. Unfortunately, our paper only runs once a week now, so the soonest that, we could just, if it were the Wednesday, it would have been in Wednesday's paper, but we don't have that paper anymore. So we did comply with the notice requirements. Depending on the vote today, we will send the information to TCEQ, the public notice, a publisher's affidavit from the newspaper in which the public notice appeared, a certified copy of the minutes of the meeting when the order was adopted, and a certified copy of the order that was adopted by the Commissioners Court of Hood County. Now that's, of course, depending on the vote. So I just wanted to give everyone what the next steps would be according to the code from the Texas Code and TCEQ. I don't have anything else to say. I don't know if, this was kind of a joint request from Commissioner Andrews and I. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I'd like to point out that this mechanism already exists. We already have a class that a homeowner can take to go do this, file their paperwork, and do these things themselves. The problem, in my opinion, is that class is it's 16 hours, it takes 2 days of your time, and it goes over every possible system out there. The class that we're talking about adding to this is a 4-hour class that a homeowner goes and learns something about their system. I don't believe that the vast majority of people in this county are going to live in their own sewage. There are going to be those that do. They're already out there. And I'll say this, that problem doesn't get even looked at, potentially for 4 months. A homeowner that's trained, that understands that system, that knows what to expect, and this is not a huge, very complicated procedure to go in and inspect these things and make sure that they're functioning correctly. The homeowner goes out there, kind of like checking the air pressure in your tire, making sure you've got oil in the engine and transmission and fuel in the car. This is making sure that the thing is running. It's making sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. If a homeowner chooses to sit in a class, learn what this system needs to operate, file the paperwork, why in the world are we standing in the way of that? This comes through enforcement. It's the people that aren't doing it that need to take that away. That's where it lies. But the people that are going to go do this on their own, give them the freedom to do it. Get government out of the way and let people live their lives and do the best for themselves.
And I have been speaking with the professor that writes the courses for A&M AgriLife. Jeannie knows him really well. He was up here a couple of months ago helping us with some issues that we had in the county and looking at our drip systems. And I had been talking to him about updating his course to include more specifically drip systems because we are seeing more of those in the aerobic area. And he also said, and he reiterated, that we do believe that adequately educated homeowners improve the overall quality of their OSSF performance and experience. And he will be working to make a specific class, working with our AgriLife Extension Office to have a specific class for homeowners in Hood County and tailor it to the types of systems that we have. So with that, do you close the public hearing?
Can I say something, or do we want to wait till we close the hearing?
Whatever. It's up to you.
It doesn't make any difference to me, but so I think about Ronald Reagan. He said the nine most scary words in the English language is, "Hi, I'm here from the government. I'm here to help." And I heard somebody talk about all the horrors that person's encountered out here, and that's been since we've had this ordinance in, the one that we've got right now. I also heard comments about somebody being in somebody's back pocket, and I certainly get tired of rumors like that. There's no such thing. That's not true, and if somebody believes that, come speak to me. I have made it clear since day one, 2 years ago, I guess, was whenever this started on the OSS issue, that I think we should just go back to state law and be done with it. The state law says that a homeowner who owns his home or her home can contract, so it doesn't say you can't contract with somebody, it doesn't say that, or they can do their own system. And I start from the premise that I think people, for the most part, are going to try to do the right thing. Permits and enforcement and all that is taking the position that people are going to do the wrong thing. And I've heard a lot of that here this morning. I heard somebody marched in here from Somerville County who's out there and going with, well, we need more enforcement, here's what I've seen. Well, yeah, bad stuff's out there. But apparently all the enforcement in the world's not going to change that. And we do have a mechanism with our department. If that is called to somebody's attention in our department, they can be dealt with whether there's a contract with somebody or not. So what we've got on the table now is somewhere between, I think, if I've read it correctly, is somewhere between what we have right now on the books and state law, which is what I prefer, and there's something in between those two. And we get objections from we get objections from some, we get some people that want to be able to take care of their own situation. I can't believe that a neighbor, if your septic system goes down, I can't believe your neighbor's not going to be calling her first thing. And that was all without any kind of in-between forced contract with a outside provider. So I think I invite anybody that's got a problem with what they think or they've heard or they've read that my position is, according to some out there, call me. Call me and let's talk about it. I mean, that's my invitation, Don't come up here with rumors and stuff that you can't confirm. Or let me put it this way, it would be nice if someone would check something out, check the facts out before you start going off on a tangent on some ridiculous Facebook page or whatever. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, anybody have anything else? If not, I'm going to...
This is still a public meeting, right?
Yes, it is.
If this passes, I would like it to be amended to say everywhere it says homeowner, it says homesteader. I don't think every person who owns, I think the person that lives there, it says homesteader in some places, it says homeowner in others. I think it should only be for homesteaders, because they're the one living there, not these people who have multiple homes that rent them out, and maybe or maybe don't take care of the maintenance on those homes. So I think the homesteader should have to take care of this.
It's defined in 9C1. It says homeowners may maintain activities of an OSSF that serves as the homeowner's single-family dwelling. So they have to live in the home to be able to maintain.
In A, it says it has to be their homestead. In 2, little twos, it says homeowners. In B, it says homeowner. I think it should all be homesteaders. I think that's a very important thing here.
Are you an attorney?
I'm just tenacious.
This has been reviewed over and over again by TCQ, so I would be very reluctant to change anything at this point.
But it's confusing. It's confusing. One place it says homesteaders, and the other places it says homeowners. I think if we're going to do this, which I'm pretty sure it's going to pass,
They cannot alter anything on it without sending it back to TC.
well, then that's what needs to be done. And next time, announce that you're having a public meeting so more people can be here. You could have announced it on your Hood County page. You could have announced it on your personal page. I did. 3 days ago, not 2 weeks ago. You could have announced it 2 weeks ago at the last meeting. You could have set this public hearing 2 weeks ago at the last meeting. You did not do that. You slid it into the newspaper 3 days, and you followed the law. I get that. You followed the law. But you did not inform the public. And I think this needs to be sent back. And be verified. I mean, it needs to all say the same language. So, if you're going to make a motion, I hope you put that in there.
Thank you.
I want to speak too.
Yes.
Everybody else has, come on.
It's a public meeting. Ms. Sheelander?
When I was reading the order, because I looked at the agenda that the court had and realized this subject was coming up, I wasn't informed by anyone. I didn't read it in the newspaper. I actually checked the agenda. And if people are really responsible and wish to be part of the court, they may check the agenda to see what's being spoken on. Anyway, what I want to say is, in the code, it does state that the person has to be a homeowner in a single-family home, and it does state that it has to be a homestead. I don't know why you have to continually repeat that it's a homestead to make it clear that the person has to homestead a single-family home to be able to do this. So I think it's ridiculous that you have to go back, rewrite the whole paper when it's already been stated. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Granick?
Yes, thank you. I respect that most people are very conscientious and such, and I think that's true. But I look at this and I think in terms of like the burn ban. It doesn't matter if 99% of the people respect the burn ban. If one person doesn't respect it, then the damage that's done affects a lot of other people. So, and I think we have to be conscious of that and be as cautious as we can. Most people can do this, but some people, I'm afraid, may take the course and say, I'm done with it. I don't have to do with it, and I don't have to pay that $250 a year. So I think we've gone over this a lot of times, but it worries me about those people who are not responsible, just like if everybody were responsible, we wouldn't have a sheriff's department guarding people who run red lights. Thank you.
Does anybody else? Yes. Okay, come on up to the stand. She's first, Brad.
When I sold my house out in the country, I had, before it could be settled, the sale, I had to have a commercial person come in and check my sewer and set my thing. And I just wonder, how's this, if people are going to do their own now, when they get ready to sell their property? Are they going to be able to fulfill that obligation or not? That's my question.
Doesn't affect that at all.
Yeah, I would think that would be your home inspector that comes out and checks that. That's where I think that would fit.
Brad Yarborough?
That's mine, I think.
What's your?
My apologies, I thought I had that off. I was wanting to address what Eagle was saying, because he was saying that there's nobody in anybody's pocket, but his friend Biggers said that this is why all this has come about. He said to the environmental lady, I can't remember, Gina. If I'm wrong, I think he went up to her and said, I got 2 commissioners in my pocket, and he was talking about Eagle and Andrews, and he says, when I get the 3rd one, talking about Samuelson, we're going to bring this up, and I'm going to be able to do my own thing. So, yeah, it does exist. Your buddy said it. So this whole thing came about because he doesn't want to do it. So you wanted to change the rules for your buddy. He had 2 people in his pocket. Now he's got the 3. You're going to make it. And I really think it's going to be worse for Granbury and the lake. And we'll find out when y'all do that. So thank you.
Just to reiterate, this isn't changing any of the authority that Ms. Stacks has to cite malfunctioning septic systems. All it's doing is changing who's doing the work. The work still has to be done. You still have to report. If a homeowner fails at reporting or fails to maintain their system, they will be required to go on to a contract. So this isn't, again, I've reiterated, I wasn't going to say it because I've said it multiple times in multiple places, but again, this isn't changing the requirement, it's just changing who's doing the work. We don't expect hundreds of people to start doing this. Talking to Anish and different folks, maybe 10% of the people that own septics will opt to pay and go to the class. Other people, just like one of the speakers said, they would rather go pay somebody to change their oil than do it themselves. And again, I'm looking at the question, and I think when you look at 9C1A, the word homestead is just further clarifying what's being said, was that the homeowner who resides in a single-family dwelling as their homestead. So homeowner is when it's talking about the homeowner, and homestead is when it's talking about the physical home. So I think it's perfectly fine the way it's stated.
I want to throw one more thing in, if I may. Sometimes I appreciate everybody that's come up here and spoke their opinion. Even the last speaker, that's fine. You have a right to come up here. And if we disagree, we disagree. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be turned into some kind of ridiculous attack, in my opinion. So I welcome disagreement. We should be able to have learned discussion. We should be able to voice our viewpoint without being attacked for it on anybody's opinion. And so if I believe that we ought to just go back to the state law, that's just my opinion. Am I not entitled to that? Even though I'm a commissioner up here, I think I am. Some others have the opinion that we should have more stringent OSS laws, and that's okay too. This comes up as far as this change on this that's been beaten like a dead horse, by the way, and it is on the agenda. It says public hearing. All you got to do is go read the agenda when it comes out. It's going to fall where it falls on the vote, and we just move on. And so I just wish we could have we can have differences of opinion without demonizing somebody over it. I would like to see. That's my plea. That's my prayer for this Commissioners Court. That's my prayer for this room, is that we have our differences of opinion and we base it on facts. Miss Lang pointed that out right up front. We got stuff going around this county that's based on nothing but rumors. And there's nothing I can do to stop that. But I'll challenge anybody to bring the facts to support some of these rumors, and then you can change my mind. And I heard hearsay on top of hearsay on top of hearsay just now. So that's three hearsays removed. So whatever. But hopefully we can talk about our differences. If somebody makes a motion and this little change in this order passes, it still has to go back down to the state, because we got to get their blessing, because they got to feel like they got to look over everything. But I wish we could tone this down a little bit. Golly, that's it.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, I just want to respond.
Now the floor is going to roll again.
You're going to have to speak closer.
So the floor is going to roll again, because I agree with you. I would like to see all of us be able to have discussions. I would like for them to be as calm as you can be when you're passionate. Facts, I've repeatedly offered facts and offered opinions. So, I mean, it's public notice. So the bottom line here is on absolutely everything that you're talking about. I agree with you, but I have sat in this courtroom. I have heard you say, I'm not going to do this because this guy is bringing this forward. I have seen you sit up here and argue with each other. It's ridiculous. So I agree with you, and I think everybody should try to do that. I've actually been walking back to my seat and had somebody go, what do you know about the Constitution? When I made a comment, I'd read the Texas Constitution. And nobody liked it when I responded out loud. So what I'm saying, folks, is I agree with you. Let's all try to be kind, and let's all try to address rumors. And as a public official, if there's a rumor and it is about you personally, it is in your best interest and the interest of the county to submit to a 100% absolutely transparent investigation and put it out there, because then the county can move forward. But if you're going to ask us as citizens to represent the best self we can, I'm going to ask that of all of you as well. Thank you.
I just asked Drew to put the actual notice up so everyone could see it and to address the timeline. We received this on the 25th, which was during the last court, so there was no way I could have put this on the last court. As soon as it was received, I submitted it to the paper, but like I said, the paper only is published on Saturday. So there is I did have a town hall on August 1st where I mentioned this. I'm reluctant to say what's going to be on the agenda until the final agenda is published, because I never know what might change or what might come up. So until the final agenda is posted is when I feel like it's okay to tell people. I don't want to get in front of myself and say, this is going to be on the agenda, and then something happens and it's not, because that almost happened a few month or so ago. So let's not, I just wanted to make sure people knew the date that we received it, and also if you look on to there, it shows what the next steps are, so as I mentioned earlier.
Anybody else? Are we ready to adjourn? Yes.
I don't know if I can speak again.
Yes, it's a public meeting.
So, of course, you're accusing me of not having facts, but every time I come up here and speak, I give you the facts. I print out the papers, hand it to you. He's on record saying, I got 2 commissioners in my pocket. Now, when we have the new election, which we already have, he's got his 3rd. So I challenge you to, when you're talking about not spreading lies or rumors, I challenge you, Dave Eagle, to stop telling half the truth. Every time you read a law, every time you read an AP opinion, you leave out the part that destroys what you're talking about. And you do it over and over and over again. And I can, if you want, I can come up here and give you proof after proof after proof.
Do it.
I'll challenge accepted. Next court, please, someone put it on the agenda about the half-truth this man talks about, and I'll have you.
And he is violating the rules of decorum right now by calling me out at my integrity, and I'm sick of it.
You brought it up.
You did bring it up. Listen, let's keep it down here.
Let's keep it on the subject, please.
You got open mic that you can address any concern.
This is about the OSSF order.
And that's what I'm
Public
talking about.
hearing.
When the only reason we're having this whole discussion is because Biggers didn't want to pay for it, and then he said once he has that 3rd commissioner.
Property rights.
Okay, this is about.
Brad, hey. All right. You're out of order, Mr. Biggers.
I have a tendency to do that.
You certainly do. You're out of order. Don't be doing it again.
I'm just stating the facts. It's 100% fact. That's what he said.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay.
Show the proof of where I said that.
You're out of order.
I'm not going to stand with these statements.
You're out of order.
into the issue.
Okay, at this time, Dr. Granick.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, second time, but I'd like to comment. Mr. Biggers previously pointed out that all of you are Republicans. I addressed that. But when you're elected, y'all put on the hat of being commissioners, and the party doesn't matter anymore. You're not bound by the party platform, whichever party you're in. You're responsible to the citizens, and y'all do a very good job of that. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else. I'm going to close this public meeting at 11 o'clock.
Thank God.
Now, do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion. Sorry, I have to find it on the page. I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed Hood County on-site sewage facility order.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt the proposed Hood County on-site sewage facility order, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to stress that the motion be addressing specifically Section 9, C1, A, little I, and I2. That resides in the single-family dwelling as their homestead and has taken the training and passed the test required by TCEQ registered maintenance technicians as required by Title 30 Texas Administrative Code, Section 30.245, and has provided the results of the test and proof of the attendance at the training to the county, or has taken training specifically for homeowners listed on the Hood County website. Again, those two paragraphs are critical to what is going forward to TCEQ.
Oh, you're just saying to state what's in the order in the motion?
To amend your, to clarify, to address that specific paragraph, yes.
Okay.
Agree with that amendment?
Yeah, I thought he was, yes, if you're just stating what's in the order. Okay.
So, with that amendment, any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to direct the IT director and purchasing director to develop an IT hardware software purchase policy. Draft policy will be presented to a future Commissioners Court meeting prior to the start of the next fiscal court, 2023-2024, to be considered for adoption. IT and purchase.
So, okay, you ready? So I put this on here. We had one of the workshops that we had, we discussed with several employees that were present, as well as residents who came to the workshop, the merits of having a hardware software policy. There seemed to be interest in pursuing such a policy to provide additional controls around hardware software purchases. So I'd like to take the next step and request that our IT director and our purchasing director work together to develop a policy and present it to the court. Check with some other counties, see what they do. I just think from the discussion at the workshop, and we also received a letter suggesting that this was a best practice among other companies, and that this was something that we should look into. So I'll open it up.
Don't we have you have to follow a purchasing procedure that's promulgated by the state, do you not, Mr. Tillman?
Well, the county purchasing office does have a policy and procedure manual, and there actually is an IT policy in there, and going through it, it is outdated, so it wouldn't hurt to update that. What specific requirements, though, would the court like to see in there?
Well, isn't that something that you can get with the IT department and Ms. Samuelson and anybody else to try to work something out and maybe bring it back at the next 2 or three IT, Mr. Whitaker.
Yeah, it just seemed like there's something in particular that was desired in there.
I was just going to say, yes, I can get with Mr. Tillman and Ms. Samuelson to try to put together some kind of a policy. I'll go and look at other policies from other counties and see if we can't put something together.
Okay. Is that sufficient? We don't have anything to vote on now.
Yeah, as long as we don't have to have a motion to direct them to do that, then if they're going to do it on their own.
I don't think we
then-
have to have a motion to tell them to go ahead and do that. They've already said that they would.
Good.
I can do that.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 9. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proper location for placement of the second bronze statue donated by the Ken Hill Foundation entitled Black Star. Now, we have 14 people that have signed up to speak on this. And I can't tell because some people out of 6 of these 14 did not say whether they were for or against the placement of this statute. So let's just give everybody, my suggestion is give everybody 3 minutes to talk about this.
Judge, can I put a little 1-minute preface here? So this is on the, I'm just trying to explain why this is on the agenda. If you go back and look at the November 29th Commissioners Court, we had an agenda item that said discuss and consider for approval accepting the donation of a bronze from the Ken Hill Foundation to be placed on the historical courthouse lawn. And then I went back and reviewed the video of that motion and how that kind of went down, and it was unclear. The first statue, the horse and the mountain lion and all that kind of stuff, it was clear for that one to go on the southeast corner, but it wasn't that clear in my opinion about the other statue. And so I just put it back on here to clarify it, because I also received several calls from several people, many of whom were my constituents, that have voiced an opinion about it. So my goal in this today was to put it back on the agenda and clear it up. And however the court goes will be fine. But, you know, it's just, I'm trying to clear up that I feel like that what happened on November 29th was not clear. So that's why it's on here.
Well, I wish to state for the record that this was the motion that was made. Motion made by County Judge Ron Massengill to approve accepting the donation of one or both of the bronze statues from the Ken Hill Foundation to be placed on the historical courthouse lawn. Second by Commissioner Wilson. All voted aye. Motion carries 4-0. Now that's pretty clear. I think Commissioner Andrews was missing that day. It says to be placed on the historical courthouse lawn. I don't know how much clearer you can get than that. And it wasn't actually decided at that time where it would be placed. I had Jeff Ferris come out and look at it, and we bought the people that made the bronzes to look at it, and a lot of locations were looked at in all of Hood County. I mean, Tarleton and the City Park and a bunch of other places, and it was decided that the best place, and I totally agreed with it, was on the southwest portion of the lawn for the silent prey, and the foundation has been laid. And again, the Ken Hill Foundation paid for all of that. I mean, it's a beautiful foundation. It's going to be a great benefit to all the people of Hood County. The Indian, they lived there long before we came here. It's part of our history and our culture. This is where history begins. Granbury, it's where history begins. Can't change history. And then Black Star is the most benign. Yes, she was a medicine woman or whatever. Who doesn't believe in evil spirits or good spirits for all that? I believe that the devil does exist. And like the father that came up here, the deacon that came up here and said and believed in the Holy Spirit, kind of believe that too, and the Holy Ghost too. So what she did was heal people. This is not pagan worship. This is part of our culture. There was no disagreement whatsoever the first times, no questions asked. It's all done. It's all been paid for. I think it's a beautiful contribution to all of Hood County. Just like the Veterans Memorial that's down there for the heroes that have died for Hood County. It's going to give symmetry to the whole county courthouse. And the way we've worked out the flag situations here, where we alternate the flags for CASA and the Texas flags and the American flags, and dresses up the whole courthouse. I've had so many people say that the courthouse looks so much better with that. And everybody has worked together, and all those flags are now all done by total volunteers. And Jay Webster and Kathy Castro and the Sons of the Republic and the Riley Stevens VFW all work together and do that total voluntarily. It's just a beautiful thing for everybody to work together and be proud of our courthouse. And I work very closely with the Historical Society that anything that goes inside the courthouse has to be approved by them. We had Ronnie Roan up here that gave a beautiful oil painting of John Bell Hood. We had a whole meeting and discussion about that, and then we had a reception in there and an unveiling of it. It was a beautiful ceremony, and everybody was pleased. I didn't hear one thing about that. That's part of our history. I will never be in favor of removing General Granbury from our courthouse. That's part of our culture here. So I'm in favor of putting it on the north where it's supposed to be, where it was kind of decided by professionals that build the bronze and looked at it with the city. I think Jay Riley was there, City Manager Kaufman, I think, was there. I know that Jeff Ferris was there. It was just doing what would be best and looking at and getting professional help with what would be done. So with that, we do have 14 speakers.
I got a comment to make in response to what you just said.
I'd like to go ahead and finish.
I don't care. I got something I need to say.
No, you're not interrupted me until I get through here. I'd like to decide, we got 14 speakers here today, about, and I can't tell who's for and against by the deal, let's decide how many minutes we're going to give each speaker here. And that's something, according to our rules, that the Commissioners Court can decide. I think not everybody will use 3 minutes, but I think you need at least 3 minutes to kind of convey your thought about this, or at least 2 minutes on the deal. So I propose that we take a vote on how many minutes we need for the 14 people to speak. And I move that we give them 3 minutes apiece. Do I hear a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by
For everyone to speak.
For everyone to sign up, to give them an opportunity to speak, whether you're for or against the placement of Black Star. If there's any further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 5-0, so everybody will get 3 minutes. Now, Commissioner Eagle.
Thank you, Judge. There's a rule in evidence called rule of optional completeness. And the judge, you can go back and watch it for yourself. The motion that was made talked about, and I'm not disputing the big statue. I think it was very clear. But the second motion, the judge, when he made the motion, not second motion, but during the making of this motion, he talked about the second statute, bringing it back to Commissioners Court to decide on a location for the second one. The motion was rambling around, In my opinion, it's not clear, and that's the only, I'm not talking about the merits of this. That's going to play out however it plays out. But I disagree with the judge on the motion, and that's another one of those issues where it's okay. It's not as cut and dried as he thinks it is, in my opinion. Now, I invite anybody that wants to go watch it yourself and see what you think. I know Commissioner Andrews has watched it several times, and it's kind of all over the map. So, again, all I'm trying to do is clear this up. But I will, since he brought it up, this did not get taken to the Granbury Historical Commission until August the 3rd. What is that? Not even quite a week ago. And when I spoke with the city manager last week, he said nobody ever bothered to come talk to actually apply with the Historical Commission on any of these. So that wasn't done prior. That was done 5 days ago. So just pointing that out.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that with Christy Massey, I believe, on this deal up here. Let's go ahead and start now. The first speaker is Gary Goldston.
I'd like to say good morning to all the commissioners' court this morning. My name is Gary Goldston. My wife Judy and I have lived in Hood County and raised our family over the last 44 years. We're both currently retired, Judy from teaching in the school district here in Granbury and me from the power plant. I've been active in the community. I have served on the Municipal Advisory Board for many years, as well as the Historic Preservation Commission for many years as well. So I feel like I have a vested interest in this topic. We live 7 blocks from the square. I go by the square every day. A recent article in the Hood County News brought this statue issue to my attention. I had heard nothing about it. I live 7 blocks from the square. So I'd like to give a brief concern and disapproval about placement of the Black Star Charwoman statue in front of the courthouse. In case you've not researched it, if you look up the definition of a charwoman, it's one who acts as a medium between our world and the spirit world, and who practices magic or sorcery for the purpose of divination and control over natural events. So why should this be a concern? Yeah, I believe the American Indians were here long before us. The reason it should be a concern is that our nation, our state, and our county was founded on Judeo-Christian principles based on one God and Creator, sustainer of all things. And even our law enforcement vehicles in Hood counties have "In God We Trust." So placing this statue front and center, I think, is the wrong thing on our courthouse square. Shamanism is but a gateway to earth worship, Gaianism. So regardless of how the statue looks, what it represents is what I'm against. So not only is this the wrong thing for our community, but also for visitors who come and go in our community as well. And surely not on the front and center of the courthouse square. I'm sure there's other placement options that could be significantly considered. So to recap, I'd like to urge the Commissioners' Court to not place the Black Star Shaman on the courthouse square. It's a slippery slope, and where do you stop? Beginning with a shaman statue, you set precedent, and your next stop could be any form of belief or system for statue placement, as long as it's free and it's given to the city. So for me, this is, I do feel strongly this is a Judeo-Christian Rubicon. Do you really want to cross it? As for me and my wife, Judy, we say no, and we would urge you to do the same. So thank you for your concern and your time. Thanks.
Okay. Next, Faye Landon. Faye?
I have attended the Commissioners' Court meetings faithfully for several years and have never had the desire to voice my feelings publicly before the court on any issue until now. Today, I am recommending the Black Star statue be placed at the base that has already been constructed at the rear of the county courthouse. I am a Christian first, and a tiny part of me is Cherokee Indian, of which I'm very proud. From her biography, Black Star was a Comanche Indian medicine woman from Hood County, and evidently a very famous one by the many words that have been written about her in various publications. I find it almost laughable that anyone would fault an Indian medicine woman for doctoring on the folks in her tribe when many of us recently, and maybe some of us folks currently, we're doctoring ourselves with horse medicine for the prevention and treatment of COVID. And yet we find fault in a statue of a long ago famous Indian healer. She healed her people when I bet there were very few white physicians available and willing to help the Comanche people. I realize some folks may be unhappy if the statue graces our courthouse lawn, just as some are unhappy that we have the statue of a Confederate general, Granbury, with the rebel flag wrapped around the base of his statue. He is there because he is part of our history, just as Black Star is a part of our Hood County history. I'm requesting the Black Star statue be placed in her designated spot in the courthouse property.
Ed Elder.
Good morning, public servants. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate especially living in Granbury. Man, what a blessing. I wasn't born, didn't grow up here. I came here and fell in love with the place. But I'll tell you what, I live like Gary, not far from the square, and some of the most beautiful times that I have in this town on Wednesday morning when I and a group of men pray at 6 a.m. In the gazebo, in the heart of this city. It's symbolic, the heart of this city, of this county. And as far as, well, let me just read a scripture. I'd like us to focus on, whatever you think of the statues, I don't care. I don't like either one of them. I think they're tawdry, I think they're garish, and I think we have a historical town here that's unique, that's authentic. People come here to make movies. And by the way, a friend of mine, I wish you would have come and speak. A lot of people agree with me, but didn't come here to speak. They're already planning on making another movie here. They're looking at Strawn and other places. They would have to cover up this kind of crap. And I know people have ideas of art. Don't look at me like that, Judge. This stuff is garish, it's horrible, it's not Granbury. And let's just do this. Let's go to Scripture. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there's any moral excellence, and if there's any praise, dwell on these things. When I pray in that gazebo, I don't want a witch looking over my shoulder, a representation of a witch. We have Jesus parades here. We have, in the gazebo, we have a marathon Bible reading. This is a Christian-centered community. That's why I'm here. We do not need to clutter our square because rich people are giving out money, and it's free. Why don't we get some rich Christians to put the 10 Commandments where they've already poured? This is a done deal. This is money, follow the money trail. I'm saying, let's not ruin this beautiful square. Let's not desecrate the heart of Granbury, Texas with a witch or with a big statue of whatever, silent prayer.
Greg Harrell.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. Well, I'm going to probably go down in flames here, but I just want to address some of the issues. I'm not going to address the location of this statue, but I'll address some of the concerns that have already been raised and perhaps help all of you allay some of the fears that have been raised as well. In 1964, there was a Supreme Court justice that ruled on a case called Jacobus versus Ohio, and his name was Potter Stewart, and he coined a famous phrase. He said, I can't describe it with words, but I know it when I see it. I know it when I see it. It's famous. What he's saying is that sometimes we come to the table with a bias and we look at something with a bias that we ought to actually reconsider. And when he was trying to describe the difference between art and pornography, but I think that same phrase actually applies in this particular case. I think what we need to do is we actually need to look at this issue for what it is. And this is truly art. This is not a problem with the person, Black Star. This is part of our history. If you want to assign, sometimes we assign religious things that ought not be assigned. We ought to just take them at face value. Let me give you an example. None of us have a problem with the effort to put butterflies on the square or butterfly statues around Hood County. That's a big movement right now. But if you look at the Wicca religion, butterflies have a very significant role in the Wicca religion as metamorphoses. But when I look at, as a Christian, when I look at a butterfly, I think, man, what a wonderful creation of the Lord God Almighty. It's similar in regards to placing Christmas trees on the square as well. There's paganism that's involved in that. As a matter of fact, it's prohibited in Jeremiah 10, but we like to see our Christmas trees, and a lot of us bring Christmas trees into our house. I personally don't, but I'm not going to impose that on everybody else, you see. So you can assign things that ought not be assigned to certain items. In this particular case, a statue. Let's not assign that. As a matter of fact, Ed just quoted the scriptures. I'll leave you with a scripture as well. Paul writing to Timothy, and he's writing about things that are prohibited religiously, but he said, as he writes to Timothy, and specifically it's about food, but other religious prohibitions as well, he says, when we receive things with thanksgiving, we can sanctify those things through the Word of God and prayer. If it's a concern, let's sanctify it, but let's just move on. This is part of our history here in Hood County, and I think we ought to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Robert Granger.
Thank you all. I believe in the platform, Republican platform of Texas myself too. I endorse it wholeheartedly. I've got a mesa right out here southwest of Granbury. It's called Comanche Peak. We're not going to change the name of that. That's our heritage. We got a creek right there we call Squaw Creek. I go just northwest of here, I got Lipan, Texas. What's it named after? What's their mascot? The American Indian. We have crowded the American natives out of Texas. Our ancestors did that. We can't change that. That happened. We tell our little girls they need a self-esteem. I go up here to the health food store and I get the red rice bran that my doctor told me to get for my cholesterol from a lady who gives me medicine at a health food store. I'm getting tart cherry for my shoulders. I'm getting cranberry for my kidneys from a health food store. Now, a doctor sent me up there for my cholesterol. This lady was a healer who had medicine. You can't find algarita in Texas anymore. We killed it all out of Hood County. I still got algarita growing on my place. I don't kill it. There's people that want to know about healing. This lady knew at least she could tap her mind. Do you want to put it on the square? Maybe that's not the best place, but I think little girls with self-esteem can look at a lady who rose in a prominence of a male-dominated society of the Native Americans who were male-dominated. You had a lady that rose to prominence, and I think there's value in using that in the right way. I don't necessarily agree with the name and the paganism, because I'm Christian too. But I think there's value here, and I think it's our heritage. And I think we need to embrace the opportunity to show the value to people. Thank you.
Good. Elizabeth Mercer.
I'm going to run through this because I had it for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Sago Black Star White Wolf. Her people lived in Hood County.
Pull it a little closer to them.
Sorry. I want my time back. No, I'm joking. Sago Black Star White Wolf was conceived in Hood County, born in Fort Sill because her mother was forced marched to that. Her mother died. Her grandparents slipped into the res and slipped her back out of it into Texas, and that's where she grew up. She absolutely was born and raised in the Comanche way. So let me tell you what that is and what they believe religiously for all the folks who are so terrified. They believe in one creator. They believe in one evil deity. They do believe the sun and the moon are deities. They do believe in the spirit animals. Now let me tell you about modern American beliefs. We have one creator. We have one evil one. Our angels that come down from heaven are our deities. We have patron saints, depending upon which brand of religion that you adhere to. We've got St. Patrick, St. Francis, St. Michael, St. Florian, St. Agatha, for everybody, from firefighters to police officers to nurses. And that is acceptable in our society. It isn't really different from what the Comanches say, and she's not a witch. I'm going to tell you that most of the scripture that I heard on one of those public pages referenced Exodus, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the tablets, and he found them circling, the Israelites circling the golden calf, which Aaron had made from their golden jewelry. What was actually told to the people from God via Moses was that you should not worship the deity. You shouldn't worship that. Not that you shouldn't have it, that you shouldn't worship it. And I don't think we're going to have pagan ceremonies on the courthouse square. One very concerned citizen reached out to me in a DM and said, hey, what's next? Are we going to get rid of Lady Liberty with her lamp held high at Ellis Island? Are we next going to get rid of the Goddess of Freedom on top of the Capitol in Austin? I wondered, are we going to remove the fresco? The one about Washington in the Capitol? Is that next? Because it's, pagan. We are Texans. We don't need government to tell us how to think, how to worship, how to feel, or how to raise our kids. Texans, in my experience, and I'm a generational Texas, I didn't come from somewhere else. We can be loud, we can be bodacious. We're proud of our culture. We are Southwesterners, and we are frontier people. You know what? We didn't used to be afraid, not Texans, but we sure are now.
Okay. Pastor Marie Carden.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, communicate that I love this was all sacred ground for Comanche, and Comanche Peak was where they did their vision quests, and a famous chief named Buffalo Hump was one of them, and I thought it might be interesting to know that in 2008, a large group of pastors from this area invited and had a delegation of Comanche people come here. And we had a ceremony together, and we said we were sorry for breaking our word in their past, that word was broken about Comanche Peak and treaties were broken. And they asked forgiveness for their sin against white people. We all were privileged to go to the top of Comanche Peak, and we all gave the land to Jesus. And so that was just a special time. And so I've stayed friends with them. One of my Comanche brothers was down this weekend, and I asked him about Black Star, and I questioned him about this. I kind of find, I don't know if it's actually on the statute, but I kind of find the word shaman regrettable. That's kind of a red flag. She was a medicine woman, but that's a little bit, that's the word they use. And my friend told me, he said, at this point, we kind of try to minimize that because of the use of peyote. And he said it's actually kind of controversial in their culture now because of that, but they do still use peyote. They call it, it's a hallucinogenic drug, and it's part of their medicine. So thinking about this and really, praying about it too, I thought, well, I would just encourage your wisdom. Perhaps it would be better to put her someplace else, but honestly, I'm going to pray for your wisdom about where you put it. But I think the statue would honor our history. They were a very important part of our history. And I'm telling you, the good friends today that come here, the first time we had those people from the Comanche tribe in Texas, they were trembling. They were afraid because we ran their horses off at Paladura Canyon. I kind of own the history of my people. So anyway, I think they would love to come down and help dedicate it or something, So I pray for your wisdom.
Thank you. All right, Christy Massey.
Judge, Commissioners Court, thank you for allowing someone from the Hood County Historical Commission to speak on this. The history of this county may not be acceptable to everybody. They may try to change it or rewrite it, but the history of this county is what it is. The good Lord above has watched it all. And the Hood County Historical Commission is okay with the Black Star statue and with where it's going to be placed. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Sharon Sealander.
Good morning again. The courthouse grounds that we have are not very large. It's a small area. And so my concern is that I personally don't want our courthouse to become cluttered and take away from how beautiful it is. Today is this statue, then tomorrow someone else will want to tribute to something else, i.e. let's erect a statue of our Mexican heritage, or let's erect a statue of our German heritage, because we have so many different people here that have been here in the past.
Is your mic on?
I don't know.
Sir? Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Was I not speaking into it, maybe? I'm sorry. Oh, it doesn't show on. Sorry. It was look green. Look green to me. Old age. I said what I started with is I don't want the courthouse grounds to become cluttered with additional things. And as we set precedents here today by erecting this statue, then there could be others come later that will want to erect a statue of their culture or whatever. And then we've set precedents, and you're putting kind of pressure on other commissioners than to say yes or no, because it's already been precedented. I have no problem with this beautiful statue of a native Indian being erected in our parks, or maybe by the museum, but not at the courthouse. Some have been saying it's a pagan figure and should not be allowed. This was their culture. This was how they, they had their medicines, and they did have the one, has been stated here, they did believe in the one sole God. Sorry, I'm getting off my stuff here. As we look back at many of our ancestors and the tribes we came from in Europe, they were all pagans before they became Christians. And so you have to remember that paganism was around for quite a while. The native Indian did reside here at one time, and I see this as homage to that era, just not at the courthouse, but maybe in a different place. Thank you. Sorry for that humble.
Don Wantz.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. My name is Donald Emery Wantz, Jr. I am a devout Christian. I'm a veteran of foreign wars. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Granbury. And last but not least, I'm a direct descendant of the Granbury family, whereas my grandmother, Merle Granbury, her grandfather, George Granbury, Hiram's brother, Senator George Granbury. So we have a long Baptist heritage. George and Hiram's father was a Baptist minister, as well as his father before him. We have loved our devotion to the Christian faith. The majority of the community that we live in are Christians. We are not opposed to accepting this statue. We are opposed to the vicinity near our ancestor, General Hiram Granbury. We propose that we would be pleased if it could be placed maybe in the city park, maybe just anywhere but on the square. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Jeff Ferris.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for letting me come back and address the donation of the statues. I stand before you as the executor of Ken Hill's estate, as the chairman and CEO of Ken's companies, and as a representative of Ken as a friend. I worked for him for 28 years. Upon his death, I learned that I was named the executor of his estate. And with, so with that responsibility, I was charged with overseeing how his estate was dispersed. Part of his company's possessions, the foundation that he set up, included these statues. At the time of Ken's death, he had planned to build out a resort up on Comanche Peak, have a museum for Comanche Indians, and have a hotel. In reviewing the cost associated with doing that, it was going to be over $250 million. That's what was his estimate. There was nowhere near that amount of money to build out that dream of his. So in following my responsibilities, I arranged for his daughter to secure ownership of Comanche Peak, which she now owns, in exchange for stock in our company. That left other things associated with Ken's vision that I needed to do something with, those statues being two of those. His intent was for them to be on Comanche Peak, but now that's private property. So in praying and thinking about where could I put them, I did have concern about the movement that I've seen across the United States where Civil War heroes, other very recognized, honorable people who have statues made in their image being torn down. So one of my motives in requesting that we put these statues on the square was to see the square, have the square seen as more of a historical representation of Hood County and the history associated with the Comanche Indians. And in my mind, that would kind of offset any movement to say, oh, the square is all set up to honor the Civil War heroes. It really honors our community, the county and that Ken loved, and the city, of which he was a mayor and a civic leader. So that was the intent of my request, to have those statues located where the foundations have been poured. Has nothing to do with Black Star being an Indian shaman. I met Black Star twice. She never told me she was a shaman. As far as how the statues are labeled or the sign that's put up in front of them, I don't have a passion that it says Black Star was an Indian shaman. She could be a medicine woman. She could just be a recognized representative of a Comanche woman. So I'd just like for you to consider that when you're talking about where we're going to put the statues. And finally, if indeed you decide you don't want to put the statue there because it's a, quote, pagan symbol, then I'd request that you consider returning it back to the Ken Hill Foundation, and we can make arrangements to place it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tina Brown.
It is very unfortunate that the paper posted this as her being a shaman. When I saw the controversy, someone sent me screenshots because it's on a page I'm blocked from, but when I saw the controversy, I kind of went straight to the source. I called a friend of mine who is Native American, Kiowa, and I asked him about this, and the first thing he said is shaman is not a Native American term. Someone needs to be educated. I sent that to the newspaper, so maybe they'll make a correction on that. But this post that was made on Facebook was also calling this unchristian, this statue. I don't know how statue can be unchristian. She was not, anyway, I digress. I know I don't have enough time to talk on all this, but he also sent me a link. I didn't even know at first that Black Star was a real person. She was written about in the newspaper in 1997. She did an interview with the newspaper. I would love to read it, but I only have a minute and 45 seconds. I do want to finish with a quote from him, my friend, who could not get off work and come here. He says, "I am Native American, but I'm also Christian. That being said, I personally don't have a problem with them erecting this statue because it's to honor the person, not their personal beliefs. It's no different than the statue of General Granbury or Mary Lou Watkins. They are here to honor the individual." I would ask if you would like to read this to the court because it's a very good story. I have copies for everyone if they want them.
Thank you. I'd like a copy. I will read it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is Steve Biggers.
I agree, we're truly nothing without our history. That's a cool place to live, where you say Texas history begins. There are a lot of people in this room I agree with right now. Mr. Harrell, one of them. It's what you attach to it and how you want to look at it. My neighbor has a goat head hanging on his barn. I don't think he's a devil worshiper. He just has a dead skull goat head hanging on his barn. He's not a devil worshiper. So my questions are, more of the technical side of things, because I was in that court when this happened, and we saw a picture of the silent prey. Had no idea how big it was, my understanding. I just asked Mr. Harris. Yeah, he said it's 15 feet tall. So, okay. And when you go and watch and you listen, he talked about both statues every time, all the time. The Black Star was already made, and the other one was going to be bronzed. So there was an understanding that there was two statues all the time. Now, the proposal or the motion that the judge said, one or both, and only setting one on the courthouse lawn, and then coming back with the commission later on and deciding where it goes. So my question is, apparently after the fact, after the concrete was poured, they go, oh, nobody talked to the Historical Society, we better talk to them, because people live in the city, want to go put a fountain in their front lawn that's in the Historical Society. I'm sure they're going to get a fine. There's an article about a lady that wanted to tear a garage down and had to get a variance from the city for it. So my question is, who makes that decision? They didn't come back here. They didn't come back to say, let's put this big round pad right here. And quite frankly, it is what it is. It's there, it's coming, it's 15 feet tall. The Indian statue, here's my suggestion with it. It's in a weird place. It looks like an air conditioner pad ought to be putting, an air conditioner condenser unit ought to be putting there. Nobody's going to see it. And I appreciate the gift of art. I really do. Mr. Hill was a person in this area that we have to recognize. He was a mayor. So why don't we look at either city property, or I spent a lot of time this weekend at the library, and there's a spot there when you go in the library that, boom, it's right there, and you can spur kids' interest as what's this about, the Native Indians of Hood County? And we can be able to maybe get them to expand a little bit about what's going on. But I have more of an issue with the rules were bypassed to be able to do that, and people making decisions, and quite frankly, where the air conditioner pad is there, that's not on the lawn. That's in the landscaping area, and 99% of the people aren't going to see that thing. It's just, to them, it's just, oh, that's just some dead Indian. You walk into the library, there she is. Let's go talk about Hood County Indians and family and Cherokees, might spur some interest into that. So maybe just a different location. It's a great gift, but a different location.
M.J. Bentley.
Well, it's almost good afternoon, but good morning, Honor and Commissioners. I'm actually from out of town, so I just wanted to speak about this from a visitor standpoint, take it or leave it. But first I want to say kudos to my 10-year-old son who's been here for 3 hours and with no electronics in his hands. So I wanted to talk because I'm a filmmaker. And I came here yesterday to scout out your gorgeous town square. It is absolutely adorable. I love it. And we want to film a Christmas movie here in December with Kevin Sorbo, who is an actor that many of you might know as Hercules. But I wanted to just say that I saw the sculptures that were going to be placed potentially in the square there, on the courthouse square, and they're beautiful. Thank you, whoever donated them. I am all about history because I myself was I was born in George Washington Hospital in Washington, D.C. All of my friends were senators and congressmen, and so I'm all about history. And I also served in the United States Navy as a nurse for 9 years. So my suggestion is that the one sculpture is massive, and I believe it's too big to put right there in the courthouse. As a filmmaker, we wouldn't be able to hide that, and it would take away from the courthouse, which that's history, big time. So I would just suggest putting it somewhere else, and then as far as the medicine woman, I would definitely change the title. If she was not a shaman, I would not put that on there. I would suggest that you put medicine woman. And I saw a rendition of her placed in a park here, and it was beautiful because she's out in nature. I mean, that's what she was all about, not by a courthouse. I mean, that's more for our generals. And so I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I have 41 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the speakers that we have. So do I hear an appropriate motion?
Could I make another comment, Judge?
Yes?
Right now, I'm really glad that this came back on the agenda because I heard some very good information today from all parties who came to this podium. And it sure makes it, I'm conflicted in many ways. Mr. Granger gave made some very good points, actually, that, I have to take into consideration, as did everybody else. But when and I believe it is unfortunate that the word shaman was used in the Hood County News, but, it's the Hood County News. And what can I say about that? I could go on about that about an hour, so.
Please don't.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the support there, Commissioner. But anyway, it did cause me to start thinking very seriously about this. I've talked to lots of people about this, and I understand the conflict, and I understand everybody's argument, and they're great arguments. And it's like, it is part of history. And it caused me to go look up, and I'm not going to spend a bunch of time, but there was a Comanche noted in history woman named Santa Pia, and she was born in 1895. And this article, and she died in 1984, so she died late enough where people could speak to her and talk to her. And it says her father was a Christian, her uncle was a peyote practitioner, and her mother was an eagle doctor. And she became an eagle doctor over the years, a healer. And it says training as an eagle doctor is a long, drawn-out process, involves many principles. And it talks about her personal trials as just growing up as a Native American in America in the early 1900s. And it's some very good information. I invite you to go read about her, Santa Pia. But I just wanted to point that out because I heard some, this is part of our history. I acknowledge the argument that we have General Granbury statue here. You remember not too long ago when Donald Trump was president, they were threatening, the Antifa and whoever else was threatening to come over here and tear down our General Granbury statue. They were threatening to go to Weatherford and tear down their Confederate statue. And that was part of that. That's what Marxists do. And of course, when Biden got in there, all that just somehow everybody's quiet now. Everybody's quiet. I will speculate that if Trump gets reelected or another Republican gets in there, all that'll crank back up again. And so I guess we'll see how this motion goes. Thank you.
Anybody care to make the motion?
Yes, I will make the motion that we approve the placement of the statue of Black Star on the courthouse square has been previously acknowledged.
I hear a second. I second the motion. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilson to place the bronze of Black Star on the northwest corner behind the gazebo where it is, and second by County Judge Massengill. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to say one thing, and that's I do have questions about how the process happened in November, but I also heard from Mr. Emery, who's a descendant of General Granbury, and Mr. Harris saying that the original intent was for this to be on Comanche Peak, and then also Ms. Bentley what she had to say. So those are some important things to me. That's it.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this. I'm really struggling with this. This is, there's been a groundswell here. There's been a group that came out and said, we want something from our government to look at this. And it's pretty evenly divided here. And I'm struggling with this vote. This is, I think, Mr. Harrell, I think you really hit this thing on the head. I think that it's, and I think, what, Steve, did you say something about the goat head on the neighbor's barn? I think that idolatry is what you make it, and not that a statute necessarily promotes idolatry. I think it's very unfortunate the shaman label came about here. I do struggle with how much ornamentation do we put on the courthouse square? That is a, do we want it to look like a pottery barn out there? I mean, sorry, pardon, I'm certainly not. I should not have said that. My apologies on that. That is just, I'm worried about it being crowded. And is there, Mr. Ferris, you had mentioned that if we didn't put it on the courthouse square, that you would like to have that. Is that okay to have him come up and address that question specifically? Yes, it is. So, do you have another location kind of pinned for that?
My point in making that statement, to be clear, is if the county commissioners vote to not have Black Star put on the square because she's seen as some evil being, then I would think you wouldn't want it anywhere in the county. If it's an evil thing, then you don't want it. If that's how you see it, if you're going to vote that way, then don't vote to not even accept it. Just return it.
And that's not where my,
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify what I was saying, right? If you in your ultimate wisdom say, and I don't mean that insulting, if you decide, hey, maybe we're not going to put her on the square, well, I'd like to have a say on, or at least weigh in on where you want to put her. But again, if you're voting to not put her on the square because it's some evil thing, then I would encourage you not to put it anywhere, just return it.
No, I don't think that would be, yeah, I think that integrity would require that. And again, that's not my position at all with this. It's not the mystical.
This probably is petty, but, so the foundation is paid for everything. Paid for the statues, we paid for the foundation, and we're paying for the installation. So if you decide you're going to relocate her somewhere else, I would encourage you to consider paying for whatever that relocation is going to be. You pour a pad somewhere else, pour it on your money, okay?
That's fair. I agree with you.
I think it is fair. Do you know how much that second pad costs, Mr. Ferris?
Jay could probably speak for that. I got the total for both of them. I don't remember if it was
Have it broken out?
$2,000.
Okay. Significant. Okay. Now, okay.
Could I offer a suggestion? I know we got a motion on the table in a second, and I really would like a little more time on this one because I am really conflicted. And I will say this, I have no beliefs that it's evil. It's an evil deal. I just read it, I mean, I don't believe that. And again, the Hood County News, if they'd have said medicine woman, none of it, we might not even be here today. But it's good, I mean, I'm kind of glad that we are, because it's opened the community up to talk about it. And there is an argument to be made that we've got this, since the judge and I have been in this court since 2019, we've added a Vietnam memorial to the southwest corner, which it's great to remember our Vietnam War vets.
Killed in action, all that, or all wars.
Do what?
That was in all actions, not just specifically.
Okay, thank you for fixing that. We've also got this statue coming in for the southeast corner. And part of my conflict is that this court has done enough of putting something on the courthouse. There may be, 30 years from now, there may be another court that has another reason to put something on, or maybe that will never happen. The courthouse has been the same with Granbury statue on there as far as I can remember. I think that went in 1939, possibly, Ms. Historical, maybe, not if that's true or not. So I'm really conflicted, and I'm really conflicted about this, because I want to accept the statue and I want it to be somewhere, and I've got to really think about the location as stated. And that's kind of me. I would like to wait till the next court. We've got one more court in August. I would like a little more time to think about this for me, because I'd like to talk to other people about it. I know I talked to Mr. Ferris just once yesterday. I've talked to Ms. Carden. I've talked to some other people, and I don't get the general idea that it should be removed, not put anywhere. I don't believe that. So that's just kind of me. I'm kind of, I've got to, if I'm not ready to make a decision on something, I need to sleep on it a night or two, for me. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Ferris, when is it, the bronzes are set to be delivered? What date again?
September the 8th.
September the 8th. And this is a lot to be taken in motion. I mean, the foundry that's delivered them and the people that's going up here, that's already set in motion, isn't it?
Right, the crane's been ordered, the permit's been issued. You have to...
Can you come up here to just speak it so we can make a record, please?
So the crane has been ordered, and the implementation team's been assigned to bring it here on September the 8th. So there's a lot that not that I could speak to everything that goes into planning to do it, but it's not just as simple as showing up and rolling it off and driving away. On the foundation itself that the statues sit on, from what I understand, they need to cure for 15 days or something like that. So if for some reason you decide you're going to relocate it somewhere else, you need to take that in consideration, because the cost that we're assuming for having it installed, I'm sure that's probably going to change too if you decide you're going to put them in different locations, and if they have to make 2 different trips to install them. I'm assuming that. I don't know that for sure. But any other questions?
I think that gets it. There's significant planning that's been involved in it. I disagree with Commissioner Eagle here. I think the issues have been brought out as far as what Black Star is. She's not an evil witch or spirit. I think that's been brought out by the history on the deal. She was a medicine woman that healed people. And we've heard it from the Historical Commission that they have no problem with it anywhere on it. It's stood here. Anybody had the right to investigate it since November of 22 about it. And after all this preparation, all the work, all the time, all the effort, all the money that's gone in it, and just keep kicking this can down the door. I think everybody's known. We've heard from 14 people today. We're here, and it's 9 minutes after 12, and we've gone through 9 items, or not through, 9 items on the deal. I'd like to go ahead and call for the vote on the motion. And if it fails, it fails, and if it passes, and let's be done with it. So that's what I want to do. I think that Jeff Harris is certainly entitled to a decision on this thing without, and we've got to let the foundry know and the other people know about this deal. And so I have worked myself and put time and effort into this. I know that Jay Riley back there has also put a lot of time and effort into it, and a lot of other people have, but that's my deal. So let's call for the vote. All in favor of allowing Black Star for the proper location on the northeast corner of the courthouse, vote, say aye. Aye. All against, vote nay.
Nay.
I'm abstaining
We got,
for the reasons stated.
Well, that's the same. I think we need more time.
okay, we got 1 abstention, 1 nay. What did you vote, Kevin?
I'm for.
He voted yea.
4? So the motion passes. 3. Thank you all very much. And with that, I'm calling a restroom break until 20 after 12. Okay, it is now 12:30, and we are reconvening back into Commissioners Court. And this brings us to item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to replace 10-year-old network infrastructure equipment for Hood County. Costs not to exceed $580,000 from Fund 55. Drew Whitaker.
Yes, I'm back again. So last Commissioners Court, to give kind of a brief, background, we went out, got a price to basically replace a quarter of our aging infrastructure.
They can't hear you in the back.
Sorry. Sorry about that. So basically, last Commissioners Court, we went out and we got a quote to replace a quarter of our aging infrastructure. Of course, due to the quote, the anticipation was around $1 million or so, and that was the number, when stuff was not on sale, et cetera, and that was the number I presented during Commissioners Court during budget, that we can stagger it out for 4 years or so, depending on funding or how funding would fall, et cetera. So I presented the quote last Commissioners Court for 25 switches, all the software, everything to go with it. And of course, at that time, due to the pricing on how good it was going to get, due to bulk sale, to everything being on sale, and then of course buying in bulk, the Commissioners Court asked me to go out and see what it would cost for 50, to see what it would take to cost, or to replace 50% of the infrastructure. So I did get that quote back, and that quote is $332, so $332,000. But after that meeting, the auditor reached out and asked me, what would it take just to replace it all? 100% due to the sale and the bulk pricing, just all of it. And that is the quote you have up there on the item, $580,000. And so I am just coming to you with options. We can replace, half of it now and do the other half later, or we can do all of it now, purchase it all now, at this discount.
So it saves over $400,000 by doing it this?
Yes, sir, if we replace it all now.
What was the quarter price again?
The quarter price was $167.
Becky, does the $580,000 from Fund 55, is there money to go ahead and do that kind of savings?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I bring before the court.
Well, is anybody opposed saving $400,000 today? Sounds like a good savings to me.
I have a question, though. This is, as far as the plan would go, to replace the switches, that's a lot of planning and work. What would the plan be, and how much time would it take? Do you have the staff to do it all at once? I mean, how would you plan this work out? And avoid possible interruptions, because if you start messing with the switches, you're, liable to knock someone's access out. So what's the plan, and how long would it take, and who's going to do it?
So right now, as the court knows, I have one network engineer, and, I've been asking for more than one here for the past few years. But with this one network engineer, of course, I went to him and said, hey, if we do all of it right now due to the savings, what kind of a time frame would it take you to do all of it? Because you're absolutely correct, Commissioner. There is a lot of planning, mostly after hours, because again, during the day, we would leave all offices operational, so we would have to take down buildings at night to, of course, avoid that downtime. So he kind of looked at it and gave me about 400 or so man hours to do this if he had nothing else going on. If he was just strictly doing this, not being brought in on other tickets or projects or anything like that. So I would say about 400 man hours to do that, which I guess if you wanted to equate that, that's what, a little over 2 months of actual just doing it.
Elapsed time, what, 6 months to get it all?
The thing is, I really don't have like a hard definitive, there's too many variables at play, again.
I'm just trying to get the point that it's a lot of work.
It is, absolutely.
It's a lot of work, and it has to be planned at night and on weekends because of accidental
Yes,
downtime.
and that is absolutely, so normally what would happen is we would go in and we start configuration prior to even installation. And then, of course, once we have a stack, which is generally anywhere from 2 to 6 switches, configured and ready to go, then we'd have to figure out, which building is going down to put these in. And of course, we would have to get with all the departments, let them know, hey, this is the time frame we're going to do it, after hours, et cetera, in case, again, there could be people coming up here, after hours to work. We don't know. And really just to kind of give them a heads up that, hey, there will be some kind of downtime. So if you do come in and, whatever, their computer or something might not be the normal place, don't freak out. It's nothing crazy.
It's like single-threaded. There's not a way to do multiple at once.
There's not. It'd have to be an IDF. And I mean, like this building in particular, there is 4 IDFs in this building to control this whole building. So I mean, we'd have to go through and hit one IDF, and that would affect, these departments over here. Then we'd have to hit this, which would affect this room and like the district judge, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So there's not a chance of you purchase these ahead of time, and by the time you get to the last quarter, that those are out of date and you really need to get new ones?
No, ma'am. Basically, from what Cisco, this make and model that we're looking at, we should be good for another 10 years. If we buy everything now, software, service, everything, we're good for another 10 years. The county would be.
Okay, this is just one of those reflect back on what we were just talking about earlier today. So we have $580,000, but we're worried about taking a few partial fractions of a cent off of the tax rate. That's just what hit me just now. So,
let me ask you this. Do you prefer, do you and your department prefer, well, 2 questions. Number one, is there a possibility that in the future, if we try to break it out, that this price could go up?
Yes, it will go up, yes. Because again, we're getting everything on sale right now. And due to the amount, if we replace 100%, again, we get bulk pricing on that. So yes, it will go up.
Well, let me ask you this. Does your department, would you prefer to buy it all at one time and work on it that way?
Personally, yes. And that goes for anything we have bulk ordered in the past. I mean, it's the same thing when we come to the court asking for computers. Again, due to generally the pricing that we get for bulk ordering like this, we're talking $420,000 savings. I mean, to me, that makes more sense, and then we'll tackle it as we do. I mean, it's the same thing with PCs. When we start swapping out PCs, you're talking running around the county and swapping out like 400 devices. We just take a department at a time. I mean, that's what we do. And that's how, I mean, again, it's kind of hard to throw like a game plan, I guess, if we have the game plan. We tackle it at a, as we can, because again, we still get calls for, hey, this doesn't work, hey, this is broken, hey, fix this, fix that. So again, we're doing all of this while we're trying to maintain day-to-day operations.
Yeah. Well, based upon that, I make a motion that we replace the 10-year-old infrastructure equipment, 100% of it, for a cost not to exceed $580,000 from Fund 55, based upon Becky Kidd's representation that Fund 55 can handle that. And upon you're saying that that's what IT would rather do, is replace it all at one time.
Yes, sir.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made by the county judge to replace the 10-year-old network infrastructure equipment for Hood County, 100% of it, cost not to exceed $580,000 from Fund 55, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we got 4-1. The motion passes. Thank you, Drew. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to change road and bridge senior foreman position to senior equipment operator position. Mr. Donald Lenny.
Judge Massengale, Commissioners, what has happened, I've lost a long-time employee that was in this position of senior foreman. After his departure, I feel like that I would like to lower that position down to something much lower than a foreman. I'd like to move it to a senior equipment operator number 2, if the court will allow me.
Well, I think that you do a great job about running your road and bridge operation here. Who can argue with this guy? This is what I'm saying. And that would be saving the county money?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that Mr. Tuggle having left?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, he was a good worker.
Yes, he
was. Yeah, I got it. Okay, do I hear appropriate motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make the motion to change the road and bridge senior foreman position to senior equipment operator position.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to
Second. Sorry.
change the position of road and bridge senior foreman to senior equipment operator position, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Judge.
sir. Item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the license agreement with Motorola Solutions for the Texas e-citation module. This module interfaces with the current Spillman software and allows law enforcement to enter, complete, and submit traffic citations electronically from the field. This is a 5-year license agreement. Upfront cost for hardware, accessories, and implementation is $40,525.19. The Motorola quote 2046940, HGA-C RA05-21. Beginning in year 2, the annual subscription fee will be $5,323. The initial cost would be paid out of Fund 55. Ongoing subscription fees will be budgeted in IT contract services. Sheriff Deed and Lieutenant Berry.
Captain Berry.
Okay. Go
Figured he's
ahead.
the expert, so brought him up here to answer any questions.
Okay. I think this is a good deal. It saved a lot of time, wouldn't it?
Judge, Commissioners, I appreciate you having us. Just to kind of clarify on some of this, like with the verbiage that's up there, it all looks great, except for this is a lot broader than just traffic citations. This has to do with racial profiling, the reports that we have to submit to the state as a requirement, as well as how the whole process works within the county, not only for the citizens that this may begin with, but all the way through the courts system as well. Currently, we have a racial profiling clerk. That clerk, I believe, is salaried in at $34,500. This right here allows a computer to do a person's job. So we're saving a yearly salary by a little upfront cost. Because we've been having this in the works, we have held off with hiring the racial profiling clerk and divvied up some of the work that has made it not the best efficiency that we could do, but I wanted to get to at least where we are today, and we did put this on for next year's budget, but it was brought to me and said that we could look at it prior to, and that's what kind of we're here for today. So far, with keeping that position open, the county has saved just in salaries $11,500 in those 4 months that we've had the position open. So instead of filling it, I understand, money's not growing on trees, so we try getting by till now. But we're at that spot where this whole process, like I said, starting with the front-end users, whether you want to consider that a citizen or a deputy. For the deputies, it helps with officer safety issues, writing down the old handheld citations. You're looking down. Again, this isn't just traffic related, it's all Class C offenses. So anything that has a court summons to court, whether it's a Class C assault, disorderly conduct, whatever that may be, if it's a citable offense that we just cite and release, then that plays into the e-citations. Part of that is the racial profiling as well, that makes it, there's just so many different things that this does for us as a benefit to the county and the taxpayers. So that's kind of why it was brought before y'all today. So any questions that y'all may have, I'd be glad to answer anything, clarification on anything for that.
So the position that this is replacing, has that been already eliminated out of the, this is, I guess, a question for Becky. Has that already been eliminated out of the sheets that we've been given on the positions? The position he's talking about, if we...
Yeah, we asked for it to take away from this person, this place, but then add a little more to it to be our analyst position. If we don't get the investigators that we need, that this person in the future job, the analyst position, would be helping the investigators and the deputies follow up on information, do a lot of things, work crime scenes. So just a little bit more money added onto that salary, because this is all going computerized now.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify. Is this really eliminating a position or just redeploying that person or that to do something else?
For sure, it's eliminating a position, because if it wasn't for that, we'd be asking for 2 additional clerical type positions, or the one that we currently have, and then an additional one for next year. But with the sheriff, understanding how he's been doing this a long time, he dropped those 2 investigator positions when y'all asked for people to cut, and I believe he's the only one that did anything for his budget that I'm aware of, at least in open court. And so, yeah, this definitely, if it wasn't for this, we'd be asking for an additional position to cover the requested position for the next year's budget. Does that make sense?
For what, racial profiling?
No. So currently we have the racial profiling clerk.
Okay.
But the added position would be the, exactly how we have it worded, is crime scene tech / criminal data analyst.
Okay, but overall, there's not a position that's being cut. We're actually adding positions to the sheriff's department.
Changing it from...
We reclassified some, we have an open position, and we just reclassified it as a data specialist.
Okay, but it's not, okay, but yes, there were other departments that have come back and eliminated certain things that they've asked for, so appreciate that.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I got something to say. See, this is bothersome to me, and not what y'all are wanting, by the way. Here we are at the end of the budget cycle, and the prior agenda item, we voted for $580,000, or they did. That happens to be in Fund 55. And now we're talking about another $40,000 here, $5,000 annual subscription fee, and then the next item will be another $13,500 that goes along with it, looks to me like. And my observation here is that the court voted on a tax rate No new revenue rate, and of course, I came up with my own that was going to be an $84 relief for the taxpayers compared to the last 2 years. And hair got caught on fire that, oh my God, we don't have we can't do this with the budget. So I'm pointing this out because here we are at the end of the year, and somehow we got plenty of money to do this in this year's budget. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Eagle, Samuelson and I had a discussion regarding this, and I've already budgeted the $5,000. It's in the budget, under IT.
For
fiscal
next
year
year.
24, yes.
And I think he's referencing the $40,000 for the current budget cycle.
Well, yes, and that's for now, but I wanted to make sure that he knew that the 5,000 was in the budget. We were not going to have to change the budget to get that. I've put it in Drew's budget.
Okay, well, I'll retract the part about the $5,000. The very small amount that's less than 10% of the entire money that we just okayed $580,000 for IT out of Fund 55 this year. And we're being asked to vote on another $40,000 now. Forget the 5. And if I'm reading this correctly, the next agenda item's got 13,560 in it. So like I say, I'm just pointing that out.
So we're at 34.5 for a position that's right now budgeted for that, correct? I mean, everybody's on page with that. So 34.5 plus benefits. I know we like to throw around the benefits here, so that's about $50,000 roughly, right? I mean, am I correct on that number? Okay.
Real close.
All right, so around $50,000 is what we're currently setting at for a position that, again, we as an office have saved the taxpayers and found a way of reducing taxes on them, and being able to look at the future of every year taxed after this, that this is substantially, when we go to year 2 through 5, you're talking a $5,000 maintenance fee compared to a $50,000 salaried position and benefits. To me, this is a no-brainer, but
How many tickets did the Sheriff's Department write last year?
So, again, Commissioner Eagle, this has nothing to do specifically with just tickets, citations.
That's not my question. How many tickets did the Sheriff's Department write last year?
I sent an email to Commissioner Samuelson. Commissioner Samuelson, do you actually have?
Yes, it was, sorry, as you know, we can't really share information. 3,749 traffic stops resulting in 3,820 warnings or citations, which equates to, what, about 10, a little over 10 tickets or warning per day. Some of the soft benefits are that it reduces double entry, because instead of somebody writing something down, it's automatically going into the system, so the legibility's better. Some of the things are up here on I attached your comments, so some of them are noted here if people in the room want to read it. But, you know, I've had a lot of conversations with Captain Berry about this, because I see the benefit, but I also know the struggle we're under to try to save some money. Is this a nice to have or a must have? And I had a comment, well, should we spend the $40,000 on safety equipment or duty weapons or something that is a must have? So I'm still kind of worried about that, but then again,
with the mandates that are there and requires us to report this racial profiling, which is just one slice of the pie.
Yeah, so that's, you know, he explained that to me, plus that there was a position being redeployed that is almost a complete offset of this. However, we're adding positions in the Sheriff's Department, so I guess it would be, instead of, these aren't the numbers, but let's just say if you were planning on adding 5, you would have to have 6 if we didn't do this. That's just numbers. Those aren't the real numbers. I don't know the real numbers, but I'm just using that for illustration. Is that what you're saying?
I'm guessing.
If you were asking for 5 additional head count for next year.
Are you talking deputies or just in general?
In general. And if we don't purchase this, then you would say you would need to ask for 6. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me give you a little different number that I got been provided. This is average sheriff's office tickets that get into JP court. JP1 had 108 tickets last year. JP2 had 72 tickets come into the JP court last year. JP3, 60 tickets. JP4, 120 tickets. If you divide them all up over the entire year, 360 tickets is the total. That's one ticket a day. And so, again, I know you've said that this software is, whiz bang for deleting a lot of time and what have you, but I'm not sure one ticket a day on the average coming in from the sheriff's department to all the JPs is a huge issue.
So the racial profiling doesn't go with just citations. It's traffic stops, all Class C offenses. So the JPs don't get our warnings, which we're a sheriff's office. My guys, the same philosophy that I have, if you can go out and stop somebody and change their driving behavior by a warning, by all means, that's officer discretion. I don't have to go out and just issue citation after citation after citation to every citizen of Hood County. If I get the goal accomplished with issuing a warning, by all means, issue a warning. So there's a lot more warnings that are issued than citations. That same information has to be reported to the state. So you're having numbers that, again, are just for the JP court and not total numbers.
Warnings go to the state?
Yes, sir. Because it's a racial profiling issue. They want to ensure that law enforcement aren't just out stopping specific races or genders or anything like that. So anytime we make a traffic stop, that information goes to the state.
And that's 3,820 last year, but then you made the comment that assuming you have more deputies on patrol, that number would likely go up.
So not only increasing deputies, if that's the way that the court approves for this next year's budget, we also have to look at the numbers that we had last year, and has been pretty, in one of the PowerPoints I submitted, or I think it was the past 5 years, may have went back 10 years, of staffing levels. So throughout those times, when we are fully staffed, those numbers, you can get a better average out. But when we're not fully staffed, you're taking away 2 deputies that are out there creating those numbers, if you will. And last year, we all know that we had a pretty big exit of several deputies, I think 7 at one point. So therefore, for that period of time of them being gone and then training new deputies, that's a 2-man unit. So that's only one unit that's out there being able to utilize a traffic stop or any Class C citations, rather than 2 vehicles that are out there. And again, like I said, it's not just traffic, it's all Class C offenses.
So assuming you're fully staffed, what is your expectation that instead of the 3820 or the 10 tickets/warnings a day, what are you expecting there it would be? Double? So 20 or?
I think any law enforcement agency that sets a standard on how many traffic stops you have to do is ethically wrong.
That's true. I agree with that, but I'm just trying to get a handle on how much, if it's 10 tickets a day, I think that the manual process is probably okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, on average, again, we've got to increase our numbers, and we're hoping to see that next year in the next year's budget. Excuse me. But when we're fully staffed, it all depends on proactivity, depends on what our call volume is, right? Going from call to call to call. If we were to get our numbers generated enough to where we're sustaining the amount of calls, excuse me, the amount of calls that are coming in, your proactivity, your traffic stops, things like that, those do increase, just as well as when you're fully staffed, you see those numbers increased. So, again, I couldn't tell you a number, but I think that's what we're kind of hung up on, is just looking at just the aspect of how many citations or warnings, how many traffic stops are being created. Excuse me. it's much more than that. Right now, I have a clerical supervisor that's helping me with this whole deal, and when she gets a citation, a hard copy from a deputy, one, sometimes we have to track those down. This is electronic, so it goes straight, when they clear the traffic stop, it goes straight to that clerical person when they close out that call. So we don't have to hunt down the information. We make sure reports are actually fully accurate because all of those are being forwarded to that clerk. And then because it is digital, you're not having any confusion on whether it's misspelling or maybe the spelling's correct, you just can't read deputy's handwriting. So you're getting the correct and full information there when it's digital, excuse me, in digital form, which then creates for our database, Spillman, which we have involvements. So if we were to deal with an individual, they're in our computer system and it's keeping track of all of the information or all the involvements we've ever had with that person. But sometimes with the spelling issue, you may get entered in 3 or 4 times because the spelling of your last name could be different depending on the deputy, and they didn't get accurate information. But with this, when it's scanned in, you're knowing that all that information is fully correct. And then when it goes to the JP court, so if I was to make a traffic stop, technically, if it was a citation, you could go straight from that traffic stop to the courts, the way this system is built to take care of that, whether you contest it or paying your fine or whatever it may be, taking care of it right then and there. But the current way, it may be 4, 5, 6 days, depending on, if a deputy didn't turn in a citation, forgot. Sometimes we'll go out and they'll be like, hey, I turned in all my citations, but you'll go out and you find it under a seat. So you'll have 3 or 4 that were turned in, but they might not have that one that was turned in. So this is just a way of for everyone, like I said, from the deputies to admin support, clerical, JP staff, and then of course, like I said, speeding up the process for citizens if they were to receive that citation in that matter. So.
Any other questions? Your motion.
I have a suggestion that, perhaps this was premature and we need to look at this as part of the 2024 budget instead of making a decision today. So I'll make a motion to table it.
And do I hear a second?
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to table item 12 regarding the interface module on the upfront cost for the hardware in the amount of $40,525.19, second by Commissioner Wilson. All those, Commissioner Eagle. All those in favor of tabling this motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. 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 So motion carries 3-2.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 13, discuss.
We can pull it because it goes along with they don't need the printers right now. We just need to look at this one as part of the budget, I think, for 2024.
Okay, does any commissioner have any objection to pulling 13 since it goes hand in hand with item number 12? If not, we pull that. That brings us to item number 14. Discuss and take appropriate action to promote an employee within the Information Technology Department to a Tech 3 Step 1 due to a departure. May convene into executive session. Drew, this deals with the departure of Tom?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay.
And if there's questions, which I'm sure there probably are questions, I recommend going into executive session.
Tom is still going to work part-time, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what's the benefit of doing this?
The executive session?
Is executive.
Let's get him.
I was going to say. So I guess the premise of promoting an individual in the department to fulfill a role versus not, the idea was to essentially kill 2 birds with 1 stone, back to the whole networking thing. For years, I've been asking for a secondary network individual. We have not been able to get that. The court has not given me that, another person. So my idea or thought process, at least of this, was we have a network engineer that is willing to accept both roles and responsibilities of being a network engineer and a supervisor. That would literally open up that network position to grant me a secondary network position without having to grow staff. That was the thought and the premise behind it. And that is what I'm presenting to the court, if you're willing to let me do that. So that was the idea.
What is the cost? What would be the cost?
So the salary for, well, right now, I guess out of this budget, there really is no extra cost. This is all operating within my current budget.
Oh. It's not costing anything? The employee's willing to do this?
Yes.
It'd make the IT department run more efficient?
Yes. And I wouldn't have to grow staff trying to ask for a secondary network engineer because I'm able to get that without growing my department.
I think you pretty well know how to run your department here.
But
does
again,
anybody
if there's
have any other
questions for
discussion?
anyone, we can go into executive session.
I just got a question, from what salary to what salary?
So it would be moving 52 to 70.
You have this in your budget.
Yes. There's no additional change to my budget.
One of the things that we had talked about on this deal was, I'm always hesitant when somebody leaves with a wealth of experience to automatically replace the next person in that position at the same salary. And we had suggested, or talking to you, I had suggested perhaps we move this person to 65, somewhere in that ballpark, and
that person is willing to do that.
Okay. I think that's a win-win for everybody. He gets some additional responsibilities, gets an increase in salary. We've lost a lot of experience with Tom, but I think this is a win for everybody if we.
Yes, yes, and that's what we discussed. Yes, it'd be a win across the board still.
And that's similar to my thoughts, and I've shared those with, I think, Drew and Becky and Melissa, is, there's a learning curve. He's going to have people reporting to him now, which he didn't have before. So giving him some opportunity to grow into the position rather than, that will be there for that individual. It also leaves you a little bit of room to increase the salary of the network engineer. And to me, that's a win-win, because it's hard. Network engineers are very specifically trained individuals, and being able to increase that salary a little bit, so to me, that's the win-win. You get a little bit of more experienced person in a network administration position, and you're also rewarding Chris for taking on a new role, not, giving him the room to grow into the position rather than the salary that was there for an experienced individual. So that would be my recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Somewhere
around, let's see. I think if you look in the current steps, let me see. Tech 1, Step 9 is 62.7. I'd have to look at, see where that would put him.
I was going to say there's 65 is not on the step plan. As I reached out to Melissa, you have, I believe it's Tech 2 Step, it's like Tech 2 Step 8 or 9, and it's like 64 and then 66.
Okay.
Those are the two on the step plan.
Oh, here it is. Sorry. Yeah, Tech 2 Step 8 is 64.
And then 9 is 66.
But then it's just for 1 month, because then they would move to the new.
I have not seen the new matrix. I couldn't tell you.
Matrix. Which Becky's probably has to add some to. So I guess.
Well, you kind of,
but there will be.
kind of in the middle. The matrix has 64 and 66. I wouldn't go down.
Yeah, so then you just need to figure out what what that does on October 1st.
I've got a note here to look at that budget and make adjustments.
Yeah, so there will, so for a few weeks, it would be at that salary, and then there would be the October 1st increase.
I understand. And to kind of piggyback off what you were saying, Commissioner Samuelson, so right now, of course, Melissa knows this, is we got 2 applications for that network position right now. The first one, the first request salary-wise, is asking for $110,000. That is way over what I make. And the second one is requesting $65,000. And both of them are requesting remote work. That's not even to step foot in our building. So goes back to, absolutely, we're literally going to be looking for needles in a needle. Not even a needle in a haystack, a needle of needles.
Yeah. So I do think leaving some funds to increase that position would be a good idea. Or, I guess you could look at hiring a contractor for part-time.
But again, I think it's a win-win-win all around. We're able to, again, essentially get another critical position filled without increasing staff, which is fantastic, saves money there. And he's willing to step up and do both roles.
And how many people will he be supervising?
8 or 9, 8. So that again, that was the thought process and premise behind bringing this to the court.
Okay, so I'm going to take a shot at the motion.
Sure.
I make a motion to promote an employee within the Information Technology Department. Oh, now I don't know what step it is in the current. I have to look back at the sheet, sorry. In the current one, it is Tech 1, Step 9, which is 66.
I don't have the matrix in front of me.
Sorry, Tech 2. Tech 2, Step 9.
Yes, which is
Sorry.
66.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay. Back to the beginning. Making a motion to promote an employee within the Information Technology Department to Tech 2, Step 9 at $66,000 due to departure in the department.
Did you second it? Okay. So a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to promote an employee within the Information Technology Department to a Tech 2 Step 9 with a salary of $66,000 due to a departure in the IT department, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action regarding check received from the Lipan ISD in the amount of $25,791.83. Interlocal project agreement approved and signed on 12/28/21. Court will need to decide in which general ledger account or fund that the check should be placed. Okay. That's Commissioner Andrews.
Well, it's the interlocal there for doing the work on the gym pad. We've got that check in. We just need to figure out where to put it.
Road ops.
Road ops.
Road ops?
They did the work.
I mean, road and bridge,
Yes.
right-of-way materials, fuel, any of that.
Miscellaneous, just miscellaneous revenue in that
Material.
fund. Do you need it? Do you need it in your fund? I can do a budget amendment to increase your revenue and your expense, or I can offset your expense with that check. Which do you prefer? Offset. All right, we'll put it in materials. Okay.
That's your motion?
Yes, sir.
Could you repeat that, please?
I'll make a motion that we put the check in road ops material fund.
Perfect.
Second.
A motion made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the check from the Lipan Independent School District in the amount of $25,791.83 into the road ops as an offset against materials, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion?
All those in agreement, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Next item is the consent agenda. I've been informed by our purchasing agent, Glenn Timmel, that he wishes to pull E2 regarding the master agreement regarding the cooking oil. So with the exception of pulling that one item, is there any commissioner wish to pull or question any other item on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir, I'd like to talk about the social media policy, please.
I didn't hear
The
you.
social media.
Step back a little bit from that deal. Yeah,
Social media policy.
yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, well, everyone tells me they can't hear me, so I'm trying to talk into the microphone. Okay, so the social media policy.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here to hopefully answer any questions. If I can't answer them, IT or Matt Mills hopefully will be able to help us.
Yeah, so my question had to do, and now I have to find it amidst all of this documentation, has to do with the wording in the bill and in the policy. Here we go. The very last line says, oh, Drew, can you put the policy up? Sorry. So I'm trying to make sure that the public documents that are attached to the agenda are viewable by the people in the audience. So the very last part of it says, for the installation to be approved, Hood County must require the use of measures to mitigate risks posed to the state during the use of the covered application and the documentation of the measures. So my question is, are we supposed to already have the measures documented so that law enforcement, so if you back up a little bit, this is carving out an exception for IT and law enforcement to be able to use, and in this case, it's TikTok. So what are the measures that we need to, I think that law enforcement and IT would need to know the measures that are allowable for them to use it, and that those measures be documented as part of the policy. And I did reach out to Matt, and I think he replied, but I haven't gotten to read your email yet. So you might want to come up, and he replied this morning.
Right, you'd sent out an email late Thursday, I think, and it was to me and Drew and Melissa, and I was kind of thinking it was an IT question, so I just kind of sat it out. And then Drew weighed in early this morning, I think, and basically my email just kind of affirmed what he wrote, which is that if we don't currently have this social media on our devices or the sheriff's, then I don't think the law requires us to put the mitigation unless we're actually using it. So, that's essentially your...
Yes, and I'll step in here. So yes, I did respond. You probably didn't see mine or Matt's email, but that's essentially correct. The way I interpreted that, and I wanted Matt's opinion on that, was we don't have to put any kind of mitigation or anything because right now, no one uses it. No county device has any kind of social media, anything on it. And the way I read that is if we do use it, then we have to add some kind of policy or clause in this policy, basically stating exactly what you're saying about controls or mitigation. But again, because we don't need to add that to the policy.
Okay, how will we, so can I just go download TikTok on my device?
No.
Without telling you?
You have to come through us.
Okay. So that's the control?
Yes.
No one in
We
law
are the control.
enforcement or in IT can download TikTok on a...
That is correct.
Or on their, I don't even know if you can put it on your PC.
No.
Okay.
But no, we are the control for all applications for any kind of mobile device. You have to come through us if you want something.
Okay.
So
So at the
hopefully that
point,
answers your question.
if we ever change that to allow TikTok, then we'd have to put in mitigation, document what the mitigation measures are.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And that was in my email this morning was, yes, now if we might have to come revisit this if they do start using that. But again, I know the state is basically don't use it. So we're with the state, don't use it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Facebook, Drew?
No, sir, it's just TikTok.
Just TikTok.
Because the idea of TikTok,
So county employees can use Facebook? You have Facebook installed on any?
No social media is installed on any of our county devices. No one's asked for it. But this particular policy is only related to TikTok. And the idea behind it, from my understanding, is, TikTok is owned by someone in China or something like that, and all the data is being fed through China, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So that is why the state wanted to ban TikTok from all, state or county, et cetera, devices, government devices, without going too deep into it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judge. I know it's getting late, but I thought that was important to get clear.
Okay, so does that clear up your concerns? Okay, do I hear a motion regarding consent agenda?
Yeah, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the consent agenda. Do I hear a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, road ops.
Judge Maskill, Commissioners, this is our annual certification of county-maintained roadways since July 31st of this year. In your packet, of course, the first page is your signage that it's a copy of what you'll sign, and the total number, which we're at 464 and 5/800 miles of county roadways. On your second page it's broke up into each precinct. This is what you have in each one of your precincts, the total miles. The third one is the roads that have been added as of August 1st of 2022. We did not have any removals during this time period. We did have an addition of about 0.3 of a mile. And the last page is we're still at 99.96% of our county roadways that are paved. Road Ops recommends certifying 464 and 5/800 miles of county-maintained roadways in Hood County.
Questions? Discussion? Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to approve certification of the county-maintained road mileage for Hood County as of July 31st, 2023 at 464.58 miles of county roadways, as presented.
Second. A motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to approve certification for the county-maintained road mileage for Hood County as of July 31st, 2023, in the amount of 464.58 miles of county road, and second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Good. Motion passes 5-0.
Judge, the second item I have is the brush yard fees. In your packet, there's two proposals, and I wish the court's consideration on it. We should be going, we still haven't heard anything back from the grinder as of yet. Of course, they weren't supposed to receive the parts until August the 11th. But this will give us ample time to get it in the paper once we do have it up and running. And
Okay. Do you have a preference as to which proposal you think is more appropriate for Hood County?
No, sir, I see both sides. I really do.
Okay. Okay. Other questions? Any discussion?
Well, yeah, I asked to look at this and maybe put a nominal fee in there for some of the smaller pickup bed loads or whatever, and to help offset some of the costs involved that we're going through right now with machinery failures and stuff like that. And it seemed pretty reasonable to put a little $10 charge in there. Frankly, this is, it's expensive to run this thing, and having having repairs and failures and stuff like that, and this would help to offset those costs.
So here's a counter to that. And this is just a speculation, not meant to. But if we start charging people to pick up a brush that they get from around their house, and they decide that they don't want to be charged, do we risk having it dumped in the bar ditch? Then we got to send a dump truck. We got to send 3 pieces of equipment, actually. We got to send a pickup device, Bobcat or something with on a trailer behind a pickup. Actually, there's 4 pieces. Trailer, Bobcat, pickup to pull it, and a dump truck. And I'm wondering if there's any validity to the possibility that we're going to have more bar ditch dumps. And if we do, are we spinning our wheels by charging taxpayers to come in with that they've cleared on their own yard? I'm not talking about contractors. We know who the contractors are, and I think they ought to be paying to dump their stuff. But I'm just pointing that out is that something that should be considered, because it could be penny wise and pound foolish.
If we find that out, we can always adjust the policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And going off of the notion that most people will do the right thing, then I think we shouldn't be finding them in the ditch. But if we do, we can always change it.
Touché.
Commissioner Samuelson, since the rush yard has been down, we've been keeping account. It might be a slight tick that we've been picking up out of bar ditches, but nothing out of nothing out of the normal so far.
That's a good
It's
good to know, because they haven't been able to go to the brush yard at all, so they would have to be doing something with it, and they're not putting it in the bar ditch.
Like I said, it surprised me.
Well, I'll make the motion unless you want to, Commissioner Andrews.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll make a motion that we go with proposal 1.
I'll second.
A motion made by Commissioner Andrews to accept proposal number 1, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Lenny.
Thank you, judges.
Okay, development, Mr. Clint Head, set a public hearing for the replats of Port Ridgely East and number 2 Rollstone Estates. What do you recommend?
Staff recommends setting the public hearing for these replats for the September 12th Commissioners Court.
September the 12th, 2023, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we set the public hearings for Port Ridgely East, Section 2, lots 178A and 179A in Precinct 3, and Rollstone Estates, Phase 1, lots 3R and 4R in Precinct 1 for September 12th.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to set the Port Ridgely East and the Rollstone Estate for September the 12th for public hearing, September the 12th of 2023, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next, public hearing to discuss and consider the concept plan of Biloxi Valley Estates, 99 lots, precinct 1. So at this time at 1:25, we're adjourning into a public hearing. Go ahead.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. This concept plan has 99 lots and has a gross site area of 312.08 acres out of the J. Peacock Survey Abstract Number 696 in Hood County. Property is located at 11819 Baker's Crossing Road with a Bluffdale address. The property is located partially within the Water Quality District, the Road Corridor District, and the Rural District in Precinct 1. And it's proposed to be served by well and on-site sewage facilities. It proposes to dedicate 16.957 acres of right-of-way currently. The smallest proposed lot is 2 acres and the largest is 12.43 acres. Staff has reviewed the concept plan and all comments have been addressed. Is there any speakers?
Okay. Any discussion, any comments, questions? If not, here at 1:27 PM, we're adjourning back into Commissioners Court. Do I hear appropriate motion?
Yeah, Judge, make a motion we approve the concept plan of Biloxi Valley Estates, 99 lots.
For second?
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the concept plan of Biloxi Valley Estates for 99 lots, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item C, receive update on the construction plans for the ranches at Star Hollow.
This item is just to let the court know and have it on record that the construction plans have cleared the engineering review and staff review, and they're now approved, and opens the door for us to consider the final plat.
Okay. No actions to be taken, right?
No.
Okay, D, discuss and consider accepting the developer's letter of agreement and approving the final plan of the ranches at Star Hollow, Precinct 1.
This concept plan for this project was approved by Commissioners Court for 135 lots at the November 8th, 2022 Commissioners Court. The preliminary plat was approved on April 25th, 2023 Commissioners Court, and the density was reduced at that time to 90 lots. This property is located just south of 7200 Star Hollow Road in Lipan and proposes to create 89 lots. 10 of those lots lie completely within Erath County, and 10 of those lots lie, and 5 are partially within Hood and Erath counties, and the rest are all in Hood County. The property is located in the Road Corridor District and is served by well and on-site sewage facilities. This plat proposes to construct 10,606 linear feet of private streets that will lie in Hood and in Erath counties. The smallest lot size is 2.08 acres, and the largest being 7.437 acres. There are no variances associated with this final plat.
Okay, any questions? Comment, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make a motion to accept the developer's letter of agreement and approve the final plat of the, where am I? I lost it. The ranches at Star Hollow.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the developer's letter of agreement and approve the final plat of the ranches at Star Hollow. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. E, receive update on the construction plans for the ranches at Pecan Plantation.
This is another one we're just getting on record that the plans have cleared the engineering and staff review and are now approved, opening the door to consider the final plat.
Okay, no action. All right, F, discuss and consider accepting the developer's letter of agreement and approving the final plat of the ranches at Pecan Plantation.
We have the final plat and developer's agreement. The property is located in the undeveloped orchards of Pecan Plantation in the Water Quality District in Precinct 2. This subdivision will sit in both Hood and Johnson counties and is a part of the James W. Moore Survey Abstract Number 344 of Hood County and part of the James W. Moore Abstract Number 1260 of Johnson County. These proposed lots will be served by mud water and on-site sewage facilities. These lots have been laid out in such a way that the county line will be the boundary of the proposed lots. There will be no portion of lots that will be situated in both counties. This final plat is proposing to construct 4,302 linear feet of 6-inch concrete private streets with 8,762 linear feet of equestrian and walking trails. This final plat proposes to create 28 lots in Hood County, the smallest being 1.566 acres with an average lot size of 3 acres. Staff has reviewed this final plat and all comments have been addressed. Staff recommends accepting the developer's agreement and approval of the final plat as presented.
Any questions or comments? If not, do I hear a motion?
No, there was some questions about this and some people that were here to talk, but it looks like no one signed up to talk about this one? No?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'll make the motion to accept the developer's letter agreement and approving the final plat for the ranches at Pecan Plantation.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Anderson to accept the developer's letter of agreement and approving the final plat of the ranches at Pecan Plantation.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further questions or comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number G, discuss and consider approving the final plat of Pirate Village.
The Pirate Village final plat and performance bond developers letter agreement that we discussed back at the last court when you all approved it to start the construction at the July 11th court. This final plat is being accepted, and we discussed accepting the performance bond and developers letter agreement. The concept plan for this subdivision was approved May 24th, 2022, and the preliminary plat was approved July 26th, 2022.
Okay. Any questions, comments?
I got more.
Not done.
Okay.
This property is located at 2715 Acton Highway, proposes to create 73 single-family lots. It's located in the Road Corridor District, and it's proposed to construct 2,932 linear feet of public, urban, 6-inch concrete streets. There will be fire hydrants installed for fire protection. On this one, the performance bond and the maintenance bond were submitted together with a surety attached for both. So I guess we got to accept both and just release the performance bond when the construction's finished. We usually accept one, release it, and accept the other. But since they're together, I'm asking the court to accept them both, and then when the construction is completed, I'll come to the court and ask you to release the performance bond.
Good. Any questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the final plat for Pirate Village.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the final plat of Pirate Village, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Head. Financial, Ms. Becky Kidd. Consider certification of payment of invoice for the period July 18, 2023 to August 1st of 2023. Discuss vendor payment over $10,000. Take appropriate action. Expenditures for August the 8th, 2023, Commissioners Court, $2,561,262.12.
Yes, sir. You've all been given advance information regarding the invoices that we're paying in this court, and a spreadsheet on payments over $10,000. Are there any questions?
We got a payment in here, Ms. Kidd, to Texas DOT for $1.18 million for the Crescent Bypass. How many we got left after this one?
4.
This one and 4 more?
This one and 4 more, yes, after this one.
Okay. So we're going to have that paid down in 4 more years after now?
Yes, you will.
All right.
It might be finished by then.
Yeah, with a little luck.
Good luck with that.
Do I hear a motion? Pay the bills.
I'll make a motion to pay the bills of $2,561,262.12 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Eagle and second by Commissioner Wilson to pay the bills in amount of $2,561,262.12. Any further discussion or comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, acknowledge and accept the 2023 review of the Justice of the Peace Precinct 3 financial records.
We have reviewed all documentation, and we found no issues. Their staff was very pleasant to work with, and we ask that you accept this financial review.
Any questions or comment? Do I hear a motion?
I move that we accept the 2023 review of Justice of the Peace Precinct 3 financial records.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to accept the 2023 review of the Justice of the Peace Precinct number 3 financial records, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further questions or comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. This concludes it at 25 minutes to 2. Thank you all. Got a million things to sign here.
At least 1 or 2.